Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. News TV, powered by FEMWASH Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
We've got just what you need right here at FEMWASH Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, ESUT, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update. We are reaching you live from our studios at Suk News Television. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Now, the federal government has called on members of the non-aligned movement to strengthen solidarity and deepen cooperation in tackling global challenges such as climate change, debt crisis, and inequality. Nigeria made the appeal on Tuesday through Dunoma Umar Ahmed, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, during the 19th ministerial meeting of the Coordinating Bureau of NAM in Kampala, Uganda. Ahmed affirmed Nigeria's commitment to NAM's founding principles of solidarity, justice, and peace, while urging developed nations to fulfill their $100 billion annual climate finance pledge and scale up funding to $1 trillion to help developing countries meet sustainability targets. He highlighted Nigeria's domestic reforms, including creation of the National Credit Guarantee Company to mobilize private capital for green investments. Ahmed also reiterated Nigeria's support for Palestine's statehood and called for urgent reform of global multilateral institutions to ensure fair representation and restore trust in international governance. Nigeria's headline inflation rate eased to 18.02% in September 2025 from 20.12% in the month of August, marking the sixth straight month of decline and the first time in 3 years that inflation has fallen below 20%. The National Bureau of Statistics disclosed this in its latest Consumer Price Index report, attributing the decline partly to the rebasing of the Consumer Perception Index, which has also influenced the Central Bank of Nigeria's decision to cut interest rates for the first time in the years. Year-on-year inflation fell by 14.68 percentage points from the 32.70 percentage points recorded in September 2024, while on a month-on-month basis, it slowed to 0.72% from 0.74% in the month of August. Food inflation dropped sharply to 16.87% from 37.77% a year earlier, reflecting lower prices of staple items such as maize, beans, and tomatoes. Core inflation also declined to 19.53% from 27.43% in the same period last year. Analysts from the FXTM at the Stephen Asset Management and ICO Capital noted that the sustained disinflation trend, supported by a stronger naira and stable energy prices, made prompt Monetary Policy Committee to cut interest rates further in November. They, however, cautioned that maintaining long-term stability would require consistent policy and discipline, stronger food security measures, and continued exchange rate stability. The Naira weakened for the third consecutive day on Wednesday, closing at 1,473 Naira 29 kobo per dollar at the official Nigerian foreign exchange market, according to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The local currency had opened the week at 1,457 Naira 51 kobo to the dollar, fell to 1,463 Naira 23 kobo to the dollar on Tuesday, and depreciated by 10 Naira or 0.69% by midweek. At the parallel market, however, it appreciated slightly to close at 1,488 Naira to the dollar compared to 1,500 Naira to the dollar on Tuesday. Analysts at Cowrie Asset Management Limited attributed the dip to reduced investor appetite and weak foreign inflows, noting that rising import demand could further weigh on the Naira despite recent gains. The CBN Governor, Olayemi said during the IMF World Bank meeting in Washington, D.C., that the currency is now more competitive following key reforms and stabilization measures. He emphasized that Nigeria's economic transformation is being supported by a stronger focus on domestic production and a resilient foreign exchange framework. Now, the Nigerian Communications Commission has revealed that recent tariff reforms have attracted over 1 trillion naira in new investments from telecommunication operators, boosting network upgrades and improving service quality nationwide. The Commission's Executive Vice Chairman, Dr. Aminu Maida, disclosed this at the 94th edition of the Telecommunications Consumer Parliament in Lagos, noting that the reforms approved in February 2025 under its economic regulatory mandate have made telecom rates more cost-reflective and competitive. Maida said the move, which initially met public skepticism, has stabilized the market, restored investor confidence, and encouraged operators to expand infrastructure. According to him, operators have committed over $1 billion to upgrade networks, modernize equipment, and deploy 2,700 new sites within 6 months, enhancing coverage and service reliability for millions of Nigerians. He emphasized that while the quality of service still needs improvement, significant progress has been achieved. The NCC, he added, has strengthened its quality of service regulations to hold both operators and co-location providers accountable for performance, while also working with Office of the National Security Advisor to protect telecom infrastructure following the 2024 presidential order designating telecom facilities as critical national assets. Now, oil prices rose about 1% on Thursday after United States President Donald Trump announced that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi had agreed to stop buying oil from Russia, a move that could tighten global supply. Brent crude futures gained 54% to $62.45 per barrel, while United States West Texas Intermediate climbed by 57% to $58.84. The development comes after weeks of pressure from Washington on India and China, two of the largest buyers of Russian seaborne crude exports, to cut off Moscow's energy revenues and push for a peace deal in Ukraine. Meanwhile, the UK also imposed new sanctions targeting Russia's Rosneft and Lukoil, along with 44 vessels in Moscow's shadow fleet. Analysts said India's exit from Russian oil purchases could support crude prices in the short term. However, mixed United States inventory data showed a rise in crude and gasoline stockpiles, but a drop in distillates suggests uneven demand in the world's largest oil market. And that's it on News Update. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Coming shortly is Souk Business Landscape. Just stay with us.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank, until December 2013. He later became president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today in office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And, in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souk business landscape. Hello, good morning and welcome to your morning staple. This is SBL, Souk Business Landscape, and we are reaching you live from Souk News Television. It's always a pleasure being here and hopefully well that you're on the other side and you're part of this production. Thank you very much. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and it's a beautiful Thursday in the city of Lagos. They call your side city of dreams. This is where dreams come true. This is one of the most beautiful places on earth. Hey, come over, Nigeria. Today on SBL, we'll be talking about things that affect us. New things are happening for the first time. 1 trillion naira getting into the mining sector. Biggest single investment in that sector since the world Nigeria came to be. It's happening and it's possible, and it has not just happened, but it has happened. We'll talk about that. We also get to talk about what's happening in the financial sector. The naira has been going up, down, down, up, down. We'll talk about that. We'll also tell you, hey, the capital market is rebounding. Yes, the insurance companies are not sleeping on it. Agriculture, what's happening? They say go to the farm, but you have refused and gone to stay in the cities. Then yes, fruit is happening. China and some African countries. We have a lot to talk about on this living table, so you cannot be absent and you cannot be told or retold, so be present. Go on our social media platforms and be part of this conversation. It's just Souk News TV. Follow us, like, and most importantly, share. Don't stop sharing. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and I'm not alone on this table. Your Excellencies, beautiful ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome this beautiful Thursday to the one, the only, the beautiful Swift. Good morning.
Good morning, Chooks. How was your night?
It was good, but it was short.
I know. You actually look very, you don't look like it was short. You look like you had a fantastic night. I love the wristwatch. I love the tie. I love the swag. You're looking very serious.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. And of course, welcome to SPL. And this is where we talk about every matter that affects you. And today we are going to make sure we do justice to all economic issues. Do not go anywhere.
Do not go anywhere. Then to the right side of righteousness, we have the fair one himself. Good
morning to you, Chooks. Hello, Swift.
Good morning, Chooks.
Great
Good morning,
in front of you again today, the penultimate day of the week.
I was waiting for it to just drop.
You're welcome. Yes, we go straight to what we have. We are going to run all the stories that are up there and pushing, and we will put them out. Now, our president, your president, there's just one of them. There's just one of him. Now, Tinubu has announced 1 trillion naira investment in solid minerals. Now, we always say on this table, remember, play your part. Hold every person elected accountable. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has announced a 1 trillion investment in Nigeria's solid mineral sector as part of efforts to diversify the economy and reduce dependency on oil. The announcement was made during the 10th edition of the Nigeria Mining Week 2025 held in Abuja, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume. The president described the investment as a historic step towards unlocking the country's vast mineral wealth. He stated that the 1 trillion allocation represents the largest government-led mining initiative in Nigeria's history. According to Tinubu, the funds will be drawn from the 4.5 trillion increase in the 2025 federal budget. The investment is expected to stimulate job creation, attract private sector participation, and position mining as a key driver of Nigeria's long-term economic growth and sustained development. For a very long time on this table that is alive, we've talked about the mining sector. We've asked major questions. Now we are seeing government saying, okay, good, we are listening. Let's get involved. Remember, after the budget came 49.something billion, the president said, no, let's increase it by 4.5 trillion. And now we are seeing 1 trillion out of that 4.5 trillion getting directly into the mining sector.
Who are we going to start saying, now let's kickstart something?
Well, it signifies a few things I would like to quickly itemize here. First of all, it's an initiative that's quite very, very strategic. I will not forget to always reference before the administration how chaotic and disorderly that specific sector or that specific mining industry had been, where anyone can just jump in and just do whatever they want to do and go out, until Dele Alake came in and sanitized the whole process. After sanitizing the process, or whilst sanitizing the process, we begin to see regulations, laws, where it begins to direct attention to the government having a strong hold in controlling it, regularizing and coordinating how artisans at the ebb of society and the host communities can also participate through there's this specific body that registered artisans, mining artisans at that level that you've mentioned some time ago when we were having this conversation. I was trying to get back their name. And now, to the extent, let's fast forward to now, we're seeing 1 trillion naira investment. What is the president trying to say? That look, apart from all the policies and the reforms that we've done recently, for us to communicate this investor confidence in order to attract other investors to come into the space, we are channeling 1 trillion naira into that place. Do remember that most of the economic policies of the president they seem to be infrastructure-driven economic policies. And I am not going to be surprised if from out of this 1 trillion naira, we'll see part of a larger chunk of that to going into infrastructure. Mr. Chooks, what is this going to metamorphose into? It's going to bring in or break lower down. It's going to increase more forex inflows into the country by way of diversifying our investment platforms to attract foreign direct investment for other people to also pump in money in this specific mining sector. Because if they see that the government is putting 1 trillion naira there, it means there's going to be lots of money. And if the government is going to put 1 trillion naira there, it's not going to allow sabotage. It's not going to allow unscrupulous people to come cause the former disorder that everybody is aware we are used to. No. And these are going to attract foreign direct investment too. So if we look at it from that aspect, and we are talking about minerals, and remember there's a subsisting policy about Nigeria adding 30% value to every mineral that we discover from our soil.
You almost process it 30%.
Process it 30%. And you yourself and like 30% is quite insignificant.
We need to start from somewhere.
We need to start from somewhere. And in that case, if processing, and we need to add 30% of that, it also requires that government needs to have a facility to also build the cart that, look, this is what we got, this is the lithium we got from underneath our feet, and this is what we have added 30%, we've added 25%, we've added 50%. This is the outcome of it. That means there are going to be factories. That means there are going to be other plants, lithium batteries. We need to be other components that come in as part of what is required to manufacture electric vehicles need to also be in place. I think this is the direction where we're headed.
Okay, to everyone out there, remember, it's still the very cold season, so hey, we are dealing with it on this table. Now, like Prey was saying, 1 trillion is not child's play. And the government have said that we are putting this 1 trillion to fund geoscientific exploration.
Yes.
Now, that is detailed geographical surveys. So we are not going to just wake up and say we think we have this. No, we have this from here to here. This amount of cubic centimeters, this amount of kilometers, exactly what we have in exact places. Also going to develop critical infrastructure, like Priya also said. So the money is going to specific places. Now, jobs creating, is all enough. Now let me get to you, Swift.
Yes.
We have seen government talk. Now we are seeing government action. When you put your money, then that means yes, you are telling people that hey, I am not just
put your money where your mouth is.
My mouth is here, and I want profit. Is this going to really lure the investors, the private people, to come in and really get into this sector? and develop based on the profit they are going to make?
All right, so the first thing, I was doing some research and I found out that to build a small mining site is about $150,000 to $100,000, a small one.
Okay.
But a standard one, you're looking at over $10,000. And we know that in
$10 million.
$10 million, I mean, to $200 million. Now, we know that in Nigeria, we don't have a major mining site. We have a couple, but we don't have a standard major mining site. So what I see the federal government doing is they are because you need to put money to get money. So these investments, because you don't, like you stated, and they were very categorical, they were clear. They were like, it's not just for the ministry to enjoy themselves and to buy tea and biscuits. This is for infrastructure. And sometimes money goes in and then you see the budget of the ministry and they tell you entertainment for guests. 25 million, let's come back to this table. So they stated categorically, this money is not for entertainment of guests, people that are coming. This money is to build infrastructure. And if you're looking at the rollout of the fact that, okay, it costs you for a small mining site like in Ekiti, you want to just have a small mining site that is not going to crash and poor miners are going to die, because now it's going to be government. If anything happens to anybody, you're looking at security outfits, you're looking at safety outfits, you're looking at world-class standard, you're looking at between $50,000 to $100,000. And sometimes in Ekiti alone, if you want to do what we are doing, you can have as much as 20 to 30 mining sites. So if you're looking at Ekiti, 20 mining sites, you go to Jos, you're looking at, let's say, another 50. You go to Abuja, you go to Zamfara, you go to... So this money, when you even spread it out, it just looks 1 trillion. It's not really very much because of the industry we are going into. But there's one thing that the federal government is being smart about. When it comes from investors' confidence, when investors hear that you are ready to put this kind of money on the line, then they will be ready to bring in a lot of money. Like Priya said, we are looking at foreign exchange. The strength of our foreign exchange is going to be beautiful. So also this sourcing for dollar, the naira, and we're having issues with the naira, trying to pad the naira here and there. With this, I can tell you that it's going to be a game of the past. And of course, finally, I just hope, which is our fear. Our fear is, because when I was reading through the documents, there was no specific stated time. And in Nigeria, when you put in money like this and we want infrastructure, I always want to see, like the Minister of Works, between 6 months to 8 months, because I don't just want to hear, we are building, we are on it, and one day the money just develops wings like what has been happening in the oil and gas sector. The only flaw I have with this is I need the president to make sure that the Minister of Minerals and Steel, he puts a timeline on this so that we know that the money is going to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and within this time, I should be able to see the media can go there, the press can go there. That's my take.
Okay, delivery and time space given. Now let's get to the Zoom. We have a guest all the way from the United States of America. He has always decided to lose sleep for us. I want to say thank you very much. Mukhtar, I mean, you're welcome. Okay? Okay, Mukhtar is on the other side, but we'll see Benga on the other side. Hello, Benga, how are you doing?
Good morning, how are you?
I'm
nice
fine.
to be here once again.
I'm fine. Okay, Benga, let's go. Now, Africa houses over 30% of the world-known mineral resources. But now, Nigeria is investing, putting her own money down. How is Africa going to start benefiting of this 30% under our feet?
Well, Africa has always been benefiting from the 30%. It's only that a few thieves who are in offices representing the people as government official have been the one in active connivance with the external thieves who come to reap the resources of the ground. So, for example, in countries like Zimbabwe, in countries like Central African Republic, they've always been mining, and all those mining have always been going on with the active knowledge of the government. It's only that when these foreign mercenaries and investors come in, they speak to the governor or the president and say, hey, this will be your percentage.
Okay. Okay. Benga, we hope to get you back shortly, and you need to continue this line of conversation.
So Benga is claiming that, according to what Benga is saying, that what has been happening is, that's what Benga allegedly, is that most foreign investors, the money has always been there, but it's going to people. So a foreign investor comes in and has a conversation with a governor or a minister or somebody, allegedly, or some people in certain offices, and say, okay, this is what we are going to get out. This is what's going to be your percentage. So very little trickles down to the federal government. I think it was only Buhari's regime that we now started to see dividends, a bit of dividend from the Ministry of Mineral
Buhari showed us.
Yes.
But the money we did not see.
No, there was a time they said something, or he showed us the different minerals. At least he took a step.
They showed us possibilities.
Yes.
So right now, this administration has put 1 trillion. Okay, Benga, you're back. Let's have your take. Please go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the same way it is in those countries that I've mentioned where private individuals benefit, because many of these countries, don't forget, when you are talking about foreign direct investment, none of those foreign direct, I don't even want foreign direct investment when it comes to our mineral resources, when it comes to our land resources, because both US or Europe and all of them, they are the ones sponsoring all of these terrorists to go and destabilize those countries where they are mining mineral resources, so that they can continue to take those mineral resources illegally and pay peanuts for it. Iraq was selling oil to the world at a particular price ever since they invaded Iraq in 2003. The oil field in Iraq have never stopped pumping out well. But unlike the oil wealth and peace and tranquility that Iraq was enjoying before that invasion happened, the oil wealth is only going to a few people right now, despite the fact that they are pumping so much oil. The same thing in Libya. So, and it has also been the same thing in Nigeria for a while now, because I remember sometimes ago in Taraba State where it was alleged that a certain company proposed to the government that's several years ago, that they will do all the road leading to Gembu, that is in Sadauna local government, is where Gembu is, and they will do all road. If you know that place looks like all these turnpike, beautiful road that you see in Lord of the Rings movie. That is where, that's how that place looks like. And that company said, we know that government will not be able to do this road by itself because it is capital intensive, but we'll do all the road for you. But we will be allowed to mine whatever resources we find under the ground and give government, I think, 10% for a certain number of years. It was alleged that the government of that state refused at the time, and that was why it did not go on. So what we've been having before now is private prospectors coming to prospect and understanding what we have and where we have them, and sometimes going behind the scene to get those things, harnessed and taken out of the country illegally. What this 1 trillion is doing is that, and you must give kudos to the logic. Before now, we used to have government who build houses from the rooftop and not from the foundation. But in the case of Tinubu's administration, they used the first 2 years to understand the sector very well. And that was why the first thing they proposed was mining guards who will be able to go into all our forests and be able to secure all our mining locations that have been identified from external invaders. Then they now propose this 1 trillion naira to serve as a takeoff grant. So to be able to, they may not necessarily build factories, because I don't think that's what they are trying to do. What they are trying to do, as far as I'm concerned, is to make sure that they have all the data, they have all the laws updated, and also they have the facilities to monitor the activities of investors who wants to come and play legally, because there are already thousands and thousands of investors. I know some obas who are living large, and you would think that as a traditional ruler, is it from the peanuts that the government is paying them that they are living large? Many of them are retirees before they became obas, and it's not like they were quite wealthy before they became Obas. But because they were in active connivance with the Chinese and other illegal mining outfits to rob their locality. And that is why even in Southwest here, so we can't mention their name, but I mean, the information are an open secret in their various communities. So what government is now doing now is to ensure that all this illegality is stopped. If you want to play in the sector, you come correct, and then whatever naira and kobo is made, the government gets its own share, which will help the government to develop other critical sectors of the economy and also boost the sectors of this sector of the economy for proper productivity. I just hope that the president will not have them on international tours.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are all seeing major possibilities, and that is what we want to. And yeah, transparency is what we're going to ask for, and that is what we will keep asking for it.
Yes.
Now it falls on me, it falls on you to keep our eyes open and make sure that that positivity keeps on growing. Let's go to our next story for today, and we are talking education as it concerns aerospace. Stakeholders support bill for aviation. African Aviation University. Stakeholders in the Nigerian aviation sector have expressed strong support for the bill proposing the establishment of an African Aviation and Aerospace University in Abuja. They described the initiative as a crucial step towards addressing the manpower shortage hindering the growth of Africa's aviation and aerospace industries. During a public hearing held by the House Committee on Aviation Technology, representatives from government agencies, academia, and the private sector stressed that the university will make Nigeria a leading center for aviation research, innovation, and professional training across the continent. Okay, now this is where we are right now. We have a flying school somewhere in Kaduna.
Yes, we even have one in Lagos already.
A new one.
Yes, Ibrahim Salami.
Flying school.
It's an aviation school.
Okay, just aviation.
They do everything,
okay,
yes.
Good.
And they also teach them how to fly. So they have piloting, they have people on ground, and they have technicians and everything. I went to the school. They are doing side by side with the Nigerian Open University somewhere along Gidai Lupeju bypass. Okay. Yes, which near the military barracks. It's not far from the Air Force Base too.
Okay.
And it's privately owned.
Privately owned. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But the major one we've had for a long time is just a flying school in Kaduna. Now we are having a proposal on ground for establishment of a university.
Yes.
Full-fledged university. Before now, 99.9% of everyone that was getting into that particular space had to be trained abroad.
Yes.
And now we are having this bill. Do you think that, okay, they say when you wake up is your money.
I agree.
Should we push and say, hey, this bill, pass it as fast as possible, and let's have this up and running?
It's support, African Aviation and Aerospace University. I think it's a good initiative. It's not just a good initiative that was. I just think it's a good initiative. It is an initiative that will birth a lot of other initiatives where Nigeria and Africa lacks manpower. Is it in pilots or maintenance, engineering, in airspace, in aeronautics and every other sectors,
aerospace management,
management and controls. But if this my concern is the location.
Okay.
Abuja. Okay, so the reason why I'm saying that is for us to have a spread. When you have these sort of big gigantuan institutions that have the capacity to attract not only other African countries to send their own engineers to come study over here, because it's not just coming alone. There are other economic activities that are going to sprung up as a result of its presence. There are all other institutions too that are going to want to come up through the presence of these sort of institutions. Take it to, you have in Lagos, you have the presence of some international, global, multilateral institutions domiciled in Lagos. You have some already, most domiciled in Abuja. You have domiciled in Kano, or you have in Kaduna, or you have in other places. Then look, spread this.
As in they should have campuses in other places, is that what you're trying to say?
Not just campuses. Locate institutions such as this in other places in the country, if it's going to be in Nigeria. Locate it somewhere in other places so that it will attract, I would say, spread and diffuse.
Yep, but are you forgetting that Abuja happens to be like the capital, the center of unity?
We must not focus our attention there.
Then if you take it to Lagos, somebody will say, no, why Lagos?
It should not be in Lagos as well.
If you take it to Enugu, somebody will say, why Enugu?
Okay, can it be, if it's not going to, what's wrong if it's in Delta State?
It can be in Delta State.
Do you have an international airport in Delta State?
What is wrong if it is in Kebbi State?
Do you have an international airport in Kebbi State?
No, we cannot say it cannot be.
No, we're just asking questions. Do you have an international airport in Kebbi State?
What is wrong if it's in Kebbi State? What is wrong if it's somewhere in Abia State?
Okay, hold on to that. Hold on to that thought.
Now,
what is wrong?
If it is mandatory that we need to, that it needs to be domiciled in a place where we need to have international airport. Do we have the trains that can get there? Do we have? Can we cite also an international airport in that place? Okay. Because we need to diffuse development, infrastructural development, economic development across the country. If we have just focused in just places because we have this sort of facility here, so it is only good for us to put it here, I'm telling you, we are going to, at the end of the day, decades to come, we'll see that a larger part of this part of the country is developed and a larger part of this other part of the country is living in the doldrums, and we must avoid such issues.
Okay. So can I sit in on this? Priya, you have a point. But on this issue, it cannot be, because let me explain.
Is it cannot be or it should not be?
It should not be, and it cannot be, because the aviation school, the plan is to have your students very close to where activities are. It's like having a teaching hospital and a university. When you are teaching the medical doctor, when he gets to 400 level, he steps into the university teaching hospital so he can seek practical. When the real doctors are clerking the patients, they're standing there, they're watching the nurses, then you start to rotate them. So by the time they graduate from school, they have seen it, they have been on shifts, they know how it works. And that's the way the aviation school works. The reason why the siting has to be Abuja and Lagos is because we have international airports first. Most of the time when engineers come into Nigeria to try and
not just international airport, working
international airports, exactly. When engineers come into Nigeria to try and touch the planes or whatever, they usually do not go to Kebbi, Delta, Warri. They want to be between Lagos and Abuja for first, security sakes. Second, to be able to get basic, basic amenities or basic things they would need, since it's a working environment. Now, at the other side of MM2, like I was saying, the Isaac Balami University has a site there where they fix planes. They now locally fix planes in Nigeria. So if you're about to fly like your windshield, when the Nigerian Eagles were going with this other forgotten value jet, and a bird hit their windscreen, immediately that particular windscreen had to be changed. If the aviation school is in Kebbi and the international airport is in Lagos, how do you change the plane? So what happens is it has to be right beside. So all you need to do is wheel that plane to the other side where the working environment is, which is across the way of the runway, and it's fixed. So that is why I'm just telling Priya, that's the reason why these places need to be here. Another good thing is the federal government has also approved individual, like private universities, private aviation universities. This one they are talking about is going to be federal owned. They have given licenses, I think, to about 6 to 10 private aviation universities, which is a plus. So we will now have private competing with our own government. So I think it's a step in the right direction for the federal government. We are having so many people flying right now, and it's high time we Africans, we Nigerians, man the repair of our planes and start to do the needful.
Okay. Yes. While we do the needful and get things working, I'll keep saying it again. Let's be fast. The world is moving very fast. We are only playing catch up as we speak right now. So let's just catch up fast. Benga, please, let's have your take. 3 sentences and we'll go to our next story. Hello, Benga, are you there? Yeah,
well,
go ahead.
While we might say, I'm with you, while we might say it's a move in a right direction, I also am asking the question, why do we need an aerospace university specifically? Because apart from NASA, that handles aerospace activity for the US, and it's not really, you can't really say it's a university. It's a research institute that does a lot of other things for the government there. And then you go to Europe. I don't think I've come across a specific aerospace university. It's usually as part of course in maybe University of Engineering and all the what have you. Because you see, in this country, we like to create universities to feed our egos, and at the end of the day, it may not work. There was a university in the news early this year, I think around June, July, that they said that that university, I think they spent about 10 billion naira overhead cost, and the university only had about 65 students. You know, even there are more lecturers, there are more staff than the total number of students in that university. The same thing during Buhari's time, they established University of Nigerian Army University or something like that. You know, during Buhari's time, then they established University of Transportation during Buhari's time. Then during Jonathan's time, University of Petroleum in let's go and look at all of these specialized universities that they keep establishing up and down, and look at the viability. How much are they spending? How many students are there? For me, yes, it is a good move, but at the end of the day, if you compare the cost and the benefit, I believe that it should be more like, oh, let's all these already established federal university have a department that will cater to maritime, aviation engineering specifically, so that a mechanical engineering student will get to 400 level or to 300 level and be able to choose, you know, aviation mechanics as an option and focus on it. An electrical engineering student can get to 300 or 400 level and choose aviation avionics as an option and get across to them. And this will be able to answer to create requests, because with that, you will see that almost every state has a federal university. And so the aviation knowledge will spread across. And these are people who will go and do their IT, their internship at the airport. And that speaks to the issue of them being close to where the airports are. And they will be able to get the practical knowledge in those places. So that is my own opinion about it. But now that we have established it, I believe that it is a good thing, but I think it is more cost effective and more productive if we have courses as part of engineering courses offered across all federal and state universities across the nation.
Okay, that's good. But also remember that we don't have the resource people to really be and scattered across the universities we have to really offer this kind of courses. We have limited number of directly lecturers, research people.
We
don't.
We don't. Where are they going to get? Where are they going to get the lecturers that are going to man the aviation school that they are bringing to
Africa? That's where we're going to now. So
if
the government is saying we are investing in this and we are going to go look for people to teach and be in the research institute, it's better we just put it in one specific place. So we now have the numbers who can now expand. Even same thing for the private university that will also come.
There are professors. There are professors. There are doctors. There are professors and doctors of engineering.
Agree with me that we have a whole lot of universities that are offering certificates. That's where we are right now. So those certificates, as I tell you, even if you leave this country,
not federal universities.
Even
not federal universities.
Your federal universities.
I don't know about what university you attended. I attended Olabisi Onabanjo University. I studied electrical electronics engineering, and I've been using my electrical electronics engineering to work to do great things based on the knowledge I acquired from that university.
That's very good.
So if Olabisi Onabanjo University can do it, and all the graduates from Olabisi Onabanjo University are holding their own, even I have colleagues who are from Harvard. in my workspace, and they can't tell me to go and sit down. In fact, when I speak, when I open my mouth to speak on matters that has to do with our engineering, they know I know what I'm doing, and all those knowledge were acquired
hold on, Benga.
from a private university.
Benga, hold on. Thank you. But for right now, let's concentrate and put our energy in one basket. For now, when it comes to specifics, and deliver on that instead of diverging and having
putting it back in the university system that they are going on strike again.
Yes. So now let's go to our next story, and that has to do with finance. Now, the CBN governor here has come up to say that, hey, the CBN governor of Nigeria, Yomi Cardoso, has stated that the naira is now more competitive following months of economic reforms and currency stabilization. He said these measures have strengthened Nigeria's financial system and improved its ability to withstand external economic pressures. Cardoso made the remarks on Tuesday during the G24 media briefing held on the sidelines of the ongoing IMF World Bank annual meeting in Washington. He explained that the CBN's proactive policy action had helped create resilience and build buffers against potential global shocks, restoring confidence among investors and economic observers. According to the CBN governor, while oil remains Nigeria's most exposed commodity, the impact of market fluctuations has been relatively modest. He added that efforts to anchor expectations and stabilize the foreign exchange market have made the naira more reflective of economic fundamentals and investor confidence. Okay, after fuel subsidy gone, day one, then the dollar went from relatively what we were managing,
fluctuations of the dollar,
from 4 to 600 to 800 to 1,000, then 1,008. At one particular night, it almost went up to 2,000. Then of recent, it came down to 1,005, and we've had it for 1,005.
We have pegged it 1,4.
There's no pegging.
The official market is 1,4
There's no pegging.
something, yes.
We've gone past the era of pegging.
We are pegged.
As it is right now, we're having a bit of stability for a while, unlike what it used to be before. And that has, so confidence has grown when it comes to business. But we also want to say that when all this fluctuation was happening, businesses were dying.
That's a fact.
A lot of businesses died. A lot of people lost money. And for those that were scamming people, they now gave excuses. No, the dollar went. No, take charge of the businesses that you lost. Now the CBN governor said, okay, good. Dear world, naira is a bit stable. How well and how good do you think this can last? Is it going to be something that is continuous? Or do you have, or feel that somewhere, somehow, the naira is being pushed up?
Somehow, even if the naira is being pushed up, one will need to ask what sort of method are they deploying to make the naira being pushed up? Because if you look at Yemi Cardoso's submission, he derived, or he was making references to some of the political, some of the economic reforms that the administration has made. And that's even the reason why the naira has got to where it is, and including talking about inflation and how he was referencing to inflation, that it has actually dipped. But if those were the reasons, remember that the penultimate meeting, the MPC meeting they had, Nigerians were really expecting, including myself, that we are going to remove at least 100 basis points from the 27.5% there. And no, nothing came forth. And when Mr. Cardoso came out to tell Nigerians, like, okay, the current economic reforms, including all other reforms that we've been injecting into the system to stabilize the Nigerian naira, are beginning to yield some form of benefits, and it will be too hasty for us to interrupt and disrupt the process by, bringing down the MPR rate. After then, we now have this just meeting that we had of the MPR meeting, where about 50 basis points was taken off. And when I was looking at some of the experts' review coming from Bismarck Rewane, the CEO of Financial Derivatives, he is looking for that the last meeting, that the NPR meeting that we're going to have this year, again, we are going to experience, or he is optimistic that we are going to experience another reduction in the NPR. And he made references to the same economic reforms that had been taking place in the country, and that these were actually what's responsible. He made references to the energy, and how that in itself it's really stifling and fighting against some of the economic reforms. He made references to other significant areas, and he touched on food inflation, that it actually dropped, and that in itself increased the buying strength of the Nigerian and buoyed the strength of the naira, power fluctuating between 1,500 and 1,560 naira, 65 naira thereabout. I think those are the places that they touched. But personally, if I want to really look in depthly, I think most likely we might experience another form of depletion or reduction in the MPR rate. But between now and then, we'll be able to see the reason from the economic ticking and dynamics. Is the naira still going to remain as stable as it is now? Well, yes, it is.
Okay, that is what I want to hear. Benga, I need your take right now. For those that are in business, there is nothing as sure as knowing fully whether you won't wake up and the naira dollar rate you saw for 1.5 has done to 1.8 overnight. Do you have? I
think that era is gone. That's
beautiful.
Yes.
So
I think that era of crazy fluctuation is gone.
Okay.
So the only thing we might be observing is maybe naira loses 10 naira today, loses 15 naira tomorrow. That is the maximum I expect. I mean, the naira was at I think 1,450 on Monday, but as at today is at 1,470 something. So it is just those small, and then it will rebound by maybe Monday again. You might see it at 1,420. So it's a bad time for anybody to be holding the dollar right now, because what brought us into this space is not just the economic policy, it's the saboteurs in government. It was alleged, I think it was EFCC that even threw the allegation against some governor that once they collect their monthly allocation for their state, many of them will take it to Bureau de Change and then change it into dollar and go and hide it somewhere. And that was what led to that challenge we had then, that the naira fell rapidly against the dollar and the price spike happened so much. Then also all this free money they are giving for those who are going on religious excursion, pilgrimage maybe to Saudi Arabia, pilgrimage to Israel, and all the rest. I think all of those ones, they have been all normalized right now, such that all these fringe opportunities that usually shakes the naira heavily, I think they have been curtailed. So I agree with the CBN governor that yes, there is stability in the market, and that gives hope to a lot of businessmen, because like you have said, I know not one, not two, I can still count about 10 companies that died because of those price fluctuation. You can imagine you bought something when naira was 400 naira. Only for you, by the time you exhaust that thing and you wanted to buy the next batch, you sold it at maybe equivalent of 600 naira to $1, because you got naira at 400 naira to $1, and you sold those products at equivalent of 600 naira to $1. Only for you to go back to source for dollar to buy next batch of product and see that what you used to buy 3 containers before cannot buy 1 container of goods again, because the dollar is about 1,008 at the time you went back to source for dollar to import your new batch of products. So those crazy fluctuations really killed a lot of business, but I think we have weathered the storm, and that is why the president is always saying we have turned the corner. I just hope that they will be able to improve upon it and also help all these companies who are exporting products to be able to generate more foreign income into the economy, so that will help stabilize the naira, apart from the efforts that the CBN and government officials are doing.
Thank you very much, Benga.
Okay, so
go ahead.
My final take. And basically, I see the economy, even in fact, I expect that the dollar is still, the naira to dollar, the Naira is still going to even get stronger over the
Definitely.
dollar. I'm expecting that
see.
by December, I'm going to be seeing an 800 Naira per dollar. I am expecting. Now, there are reasons why. By January, I'm telling you, by January, the full tax reform is coming in. And a lot of companies that have not been paying their taxation are going to start to push in money. Secondly, the federal government has already made availability. So our brothers and sisters that are coming home from China are not going to have to source for dollar, which is going to be a good one. Now, those coming in from US and whatever, there is now, most banks have been mandated to start the dollar to Naira transaction where you don't need to go to Bureau de Change.
Okay.
You can
all
just use all your cards. So now, people that used to come to Nigeria and had to hold dollars and they will have to go change, when they are going back, they have to go and change back the Naira they had now. All you need to do is just make payments with your e-card. So from this, we were going to see that the 30 December, we are not going to have as much people sorting for dollar, because during 30 December, it was crazy. 15, 17, 18, 2000, black market is selling 22 and all that. It is going to be reduced. So you don't have to buy your plane tickets anymore. You don't have to look for physical dollars to pay for your plane tickets back or whatever you are doing, extra luggage and all that. So for me, that is when by that 30 December, when a lot of people are coming in from China, America, the UK, Brazil, and there is a Naira to Naira thing, that is when the strength of the Naira will show. And of course, coming from the restructuring of the infrastructure space, the petroleum industry, a lot of other things, we are not going to be highly dependent on dollar the way we were. So I feel that the Naira is not just going to be stronger, it's going to bounce back if we continue to chase our economic policies as strongly as the government has been chasing it thus far.
Okay, remember, it's all about production. All the policies will work, but more production. We'll produce more. We'll consume more made in Nigeria things. Then we'll have less use for the dollar. This is SBL. We're going to do a short break. When we return, we'll be back in your face. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Minister said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is suit business landscape.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died. Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literacy said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souk business landscape.
Welcome back. It's still SBL and we are live here on Souk News Television. Remember, if you want to get informed and be part of what's happening in the market, this is your station. So hey, follow us on social media, like, share, let your friends know, let your co-workers know that this is where they should be. Now back to our story. We're still with the finance market. What's happening? The stock market gains 20 billion after previous loss. Yesterday was not too good. 2 days ago was not too good. Yeah, the stock market. Nigerian stock market bounced back on Wednesday, gaining 0.02% and adding 20 billion to investors' wealth after a day of negative performance. The rebound reflected renewed investor confidence in key equities that spurred market recovery. Stocks such as Sky Shelter Funds, Royal Exchange, International Energy Insurance, Julius Berger, Omatech, and 29 others attracted strong buying interest, driving the day's positive momentum. The development reversed earlier losses and signaled improving market sentiment among investors. Market capitalization, which opened at 93.756 trillion, rose to 93.776 trillion at the close of trading. Likewise, the all-share index climbed by 31.27 points, or 0.20%, to settle at 147,749.23 from the previous day's 147,710.96. The modest gains underscored growing optimism in the equities market despite recent fluctuations. Now we've seen a beautiful performance in the stock market in the last almost 6 months, but the last 3 months has been good. For those that have put their monies there, they've been smiling. But the last few days, thanks to what is happening in the economy and politics, gave the market a dive to the negative. But hey, yesterday brought back some 20 billion.
20 billion, yeah.
Yes. But our capitalization is still, total market capitalization, 93.776 trillion. If we now compare that to South Africa.
Why do you want to reach aside with Ghana? Okay.
Now, South Africa's capitalization is well over $1 trillion. Now, we are not competing, but we just want to see our economy and our market grow beyond what it is right now. It's good, but we need more production. We need more companies. Then we need them to be quoted. Then we need them to be listed.
The Securities and Exchange Commission had been doing a lot of work in that, and if you look at it very well, they've been promoting transparency and refining and reforming, reviewing the regulations that are governing the market. That in itself, attracted investors' confidence into that space, and that's why we've been seeing some form of increase. Also, you talked about when there was a decline at some point in time and it picked up again. That's because I think a lot of investors were looking at the short-term investment. Most of them didn't want to go into the long-term investments. Later on, they changed their mind and they started extending and diversifying their investment. That in itself contributed its own quota. But if you take a look very closely, what actually brought in the significant change, I think, is the renewed hope investment by institutional investors.
Why renewed hope investment? Is there anything called renewed hope investment?
Okay.
Or you're just taking us back to the president's slogan?
That's not my intention.
So what exactly is your slogan?
I wanted to say the renewed investment.
Now you're saying
interest.
Are you sure that Priya is not about to switch? Let's not go there.
I want to talk about the renewed investment being driven by institutional investors who actually come into the space. Because if you look at a larger chunk of that 20 billion naira capitalization is coming from construction.
Yes.
And Julius Berger was actually mentioned in the whole frame of things. And that's the pattern that I saw. And I just want to believe that to continue on this trajectory even till the end of the year. And by the way, we've seen that over 14 banks, have met up with the CBN new capitalization move that is going to elapse either in March 2026 or somewhere around 2026 is going to be the deadline. But we'll see about 14 banks, meeting that target, and we'll have to see more banks, getting there. And the more we see the increase in banks getting there, the more we see institutional performance, both not only in the banking sector but also in the market.
Okay. Swift.
Yes.
We've seen the insurance sector. All of a sudden, they just decided, okay, we are up. Here we are.
Because there was no. It wasn't like they were sleeping. Remember, there was a insurance reform.
Yeah, there
was a bill, an act that has been passed, mandating a lot of companies now, especially federal parastatals. And if you know who controls the chunk of money when it comes to contracts giving, staffing, employment, it's government. And so we knew that the insurance, it was going to boost. I didn't expect it to boost now. I thought it was going to be January, because a lot of people are waiting till that January. But apparently a lot of people
are sitting up. But by the time you wait till January, the shares you're supposed to buy now must have done times 2, times 3.
A lot of people are sitting up, yes. So we saw telecoms not as strong as it was. Like it was saying, we saw manufacturing, we saw construction picking up this time around, which is exciting. Of course, the Dangote group is still looking very strong in the middle of the stock market and a lot of other oil and gas sectors. I'm expecting mining sectors to come up as time goes on.
Okay.
Because of this.
But they first need to be quoted and listed.
No. By the time, as the federal government has put in this 1 trillion, we saw it in all sectors.
Okay.
We will soon see the mining sector coming up because once you have invested capital like this, you are looking at foreign investment. But for now, I'm excited about the way it's looking. I've actually bought stocks. I'm doing this mutual benefit because I'm very safe. I'm unlike you. I don't like to take risk. My mutual benefits, my initial capital is never affected. It's just small. I get my, whatever happens.
Okay.
No, I'm not, but it's good.
As we speak, I don't understand any part of that.
No, because I know that he likes to, you went to Bitcoin and all that. I don't like to take all those risks. Yes. I'm not a risk taker.
Let's focus on the matter at hand. Now, for those that have been there, remember that we are going to grow this economy and it falls on me, it falls on you, and we all have to play our part. Now, let's talk about what's happening with the coordinating minister of the economy. A whole lot has been said in the last few days, and hey, we need to get things and say things right. Now, the ADS chief condemns false health claim about the minister and calls for dignity in public discourse. Sir Victor Wash Olufemi, here is the president and chief executive of the African Development Study Center, has called for greater responsibility and accuracy when reporting on the health of public officials, following recent unverified claims about Finance Minister Wale Edun's medical condition. In a statement issued on Thursday, Sir Olufemi expressed concern over the growing trend of publishing medically unsubstantiated claims about public figures without proper verification. Recent reports circulating online allege that the minister was unable to move his hands and knees, a claim described by Sir Olufemi as outright falsehood, lacking any medical backing or verifiable evidence. According to the information obtained directly from the minister's family on Wednesday, Mr. Edu is currently undergoing routine medical evaluation and treatment, and he is recuperating well, with all major organs functioning normally. Mr. Olufemi said it is entirely out of place and medically reckless to declare without evidence that his sensory or motor functions have been compromised. He also emphasized the critical importance of protecting public servants who dedicate their expertise to national development. Speaking, Sir Olufemi, who is a knight, underscored his commitment to upholding truth and defending those in public service. Sir Olufemi urged media organizations, social media users, politicians, and public to exercise human decency when public officials face health challenges. He issued a strong caution to those who exploit health issues for political gain. I think this is where we need to start holding ourselves accountable.
Yes.
When you start exploiting someone's or anybody's health issues for political gains, where is the humanness?
Sorry, Chooks, can I run in on this first? I'm sorry. Was it about 3 months ago or so, we saw a publication similar like what Ambassador Olufemi Wash is upset about. When somebody came out to say Wike had collapsed, that he was hospitalized. He wasn't even moving.
Hold on. Which of the Wike are you talking about? The reverse Wike?
Yes, our minister of in Abuja.
The bulldozer.
Yes, the bulldozer. And at that point, like 2 weeks before then, they were bringing down houses. I think that was the period that a particular opposition party secretariat, there was an issue where it was supposed to be pulled down. And you know, they were pulling down.
Are you talking about the PDP secretariat?
Yes, I didn't want to mention names. Yes. Okay. Now, suddenly there was even a picture. And it came out that, look, Wike is hospitalized, he cannot move, and that weekend was crazy on social media. People said, yes, God will punish him, and all that. And I was like, okay. And a couple of people said, but he's doing well. So it doesn't matter, he has pulled people's houses down. That's why they struck him with stroke. Unfortunately, I think Nigerians, growing up, we read all these hints and all this gossip, you know.
Soft cells.
Soft cells. I think those things have come to stay with adults, and this is why a lot of adults like false information, and they don't even critically look at it. Now, it is sad that some major media houses would see this news without verifying, they run with it. In the international world, until the person's family or PA or the ministry has come out to give you an official warning, maybe a doctor has even come out to talk about the person's health challenges. You cannot just go and put online that this is what is happening to this person. He's not moving, he's not talking. It's really wrong. I remember working in a private clinic where we used to have a lot of politicians, and one of the things at a stage in the hospital, we had to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, because they found out that somebody comes in and maybe the doctor says, oh, this kidneys, let's look at this. And before you say do, one soft seller is reporting that because one nurse at that time or one person in customer service has gone to look at the file of somebody and say, oh, this is what's happening to the person.
Like kidney is not working.
And has gone to sell out.
And it's public.
And many times when the doctor is talking, they are like, okay, this is my opinion. Let's do a second opinion. Let's send you for a scan. Let's send you for, do you understand? Let's send you for something else. And those are the things that we now tell you. So sometimes someone's kidneys may look somehow. The doctor has examined and says, okay, let's get a second opinion. Let's send you for a scan. And by the time they go for a scan, they just find out that, oh, maybe you had too much water or it's not so serious. If you drink more water, maybe it's a bit of kidney crystals and you can pee them out. But you have already carried this information that the person's kidneys are damaged and the person has an issue, and it's going to take 3 to 6 months before the media can now properly sit down. Your own doctors can now come out. You can now come out. So I think people should be sued nowadays, especially media houses, when you carry false information, especially if it's a media house that people believe in, when you carry false information about certain people. People's health should be very careful. We see the Olu Jacobs case, how people have been killing Olu Jacob over the years. In fact, the wife
has died several times.
The wife had to come out one time with a video literally crying that she was somewhere and people just started holding her and they were like, we are so sorry. And she was like, I just spoke to my husband 2 minutes ago. And so it is this bad. I saw somebody put Olujeko's picture up on their DP, and I said, do you know him before? They said he has died. I said, why don't you confirm this information before you put it gone too soon, sharing videos? In fact, it was a trend on Twitter at a stage. So I think what Ambassador Femi Oluwash is trying to say, Oluwafemi Wash is trying to say that, look, you need to be very careful. People should be held accountable. And the minister is fine. So why are you spreading these false rumors? Yes.
Now, Priye, let's talk business.
Okay. So
the single story of reporting that your minister that's controlling your economy is sick is enough to bring stocks market tumbling down.
That's exactly where I was going to. I think you took the word.
Who should we start holding accountable for this kind of publications?
Well, for me, there's little you can do.
If we want to do,
there's little you can do when you are a public figure.
Okay.
These are some of the downsides.
Yeah, but for those that publish this kind of stories, what can be done?
There's still little you can do.
Are you sure?
There's a media act.
Remember that Trump sued some organizations, even the micro plugging organizations, and got some good millions.
Great. There's little you can do.
Okay.
Yeah. Trump at that time. And
no, Trump at this time.
He had the time.
Okay.
He had the time. So there's little you can do once you are a public figure. You are, excuse me. In fact, the color of shirt you wear, the people can start talking about, oh, he puts on a green singlet inside, like a green singlet, and that will be the headline. It could make the news because you're a public figure. So sometimes there's little you can do. However, these people must understand what exactly you are saying. When we see big managers of the Nigerian economy, and we are hearing false rumor and false stories being told or circulated about them, like you rightly said, it can discourage investors. It can cause the stock to plummet, to decline, to fall. And that in itself is not good for the country. And there'll be questions to start asking about policy credibility, most especially when people come out and there's no force from the part of the minister to start painting pictures or to start saying that the minister is doing fine. In fact, sometimes there is no need, because when you start to put in more force and trying to defend the issue, it begins to give it some form of credibility as if it's true. As if it's true, and it's no. It was spotted in London, Somerset, for some Africa trade fair.
Yes.
2 days after this news broke, he was there and he was having conversation. And I think those who put out, or no matter how big the brand is, that put out that information that he was sick and he was flown abroad for that purpose.
I can't move his hands.
I'm sure when they saw that, their credibility, who's going to attach anything significant to whatever they say from henceforth?
Well, it's a consumption matter that we want to talk about now. Why do we have a knack for bad news? Why do we have a knack for spreading misinformation, disinformation, malinformation when it has to do with people's health? I'm trying to get my head around it. Where is the humanness in us? And most times when we spread this news, we don't spread the news in compassion or trying to relate, okay, how is this person or how is this family dealing with it? But we spread it as if, let's just push it out there. It's breaking. Let's push it out there. There's no reservation. Why do we do that?
Yellow page journalism. And sometimes when some people that are involved in issues like this, when they did not go through the rudiments and the ethical training as a journalist before you engage in something like this, and maybe even if they went through it, they've come to the era where they feel it must first be heard from me, and because they are itching to publicize it, they did not put in the due diligence to check for the facts, to call a few other people. There are sometimes that you, as a journalist, as a broadcaster, you hear a certain news and you want to push it out there, but first of all, you want to, because of your credibility, you call your other friends who are working in other media houses.
Wow.
To that, probably the head of news there, the head of programs there, you're calling up someone, excuse me, is this true? And all of that, okay, what's your, I'm like, oh, I think this is actually currently going on. And you're not just calling one, you're calling two, you're calling three. You're reaching out to, and these are names that have credibility. And some other times, if you want to really get, you can call even the family of whoever they are trying to put in public space, or call a member in the Ministry of Finance. Maybe some people, sometimes you may not really get the information, whether it is true or a lie, because sometimes they have to protect the people who are in that state as well, in that position as well, because information about them is quite sensitive. It's not just going to affect them, it's going to affect the larger populace. If the stock prices start running down because they feel the minister is sick and is being dragged here and there in public media, that's not going to be a good thing. It does not paint a good picture and a good image for the Nigerian economy. They think they are talking about the minister, but indirectly they are shooting the Nigerian economy, and that's quite bad. And I think we need to start, yes, holding people accountable for that.
Yes. Okay. Talking about holding people accountable, remember that the media bill has been passed, the Media Manipulation Bill of 2019, and which says it's a protection from internet falsehood and manipulation. And that's if you intentionally spread false information online and you are criticizing, the authorities can shut down that particular media house, and there's a jail term for it. I think the challenge is a lot of Nigerians do not go the extra mile. You know, somebody says something, ruins your family, says your husband is sleeping with your house help, and at the end of the day, people gather you around and beg and say, please, please, we apologize, don't be like this. They call one or two influential people. Over there, overseas, people would actually sue you for damage. They will sue you for their mental health, libel. So imagine if the minister decides to sue these particular bloggers and people for libel, mental health. His family was disrupted, the emotional trauma that his family went through receiving this information, and a lot of other things. People will now come out and beg, how much is this person making? How much is Swift Media really making that you want to close it down? And then you see me online crying that I apologize, so it's because I'm from a particular region of the country. That always comes up. You know, the minister is Igbo, I'm Hausa. That's why they are picking on Hausa people at this point in time. Or because my father is from Oshu and he's from Oshogo, that is why they are suing. I think this goes on because a lot of people, a lot of Nigerians especially, have not taken out time to sue. When you see journalist houses, you know, you see head of particular media houses arrested, jailed for false information, and the journalist that puts it out there, they will be caught. We saw the recent Nigerian match some months ago, where first half, someone had already gone and said Nigeria loses. Of course, yes, Nigeria.
Don't go there. Don't, please, I beseech you in the name of the Lord. Don't
no!
Because where that came from, don't go there. Let's just forget it. Let's pretend we didn't hear it. Now, to everyone out there, first of all, let this be at the back of your mind. We are all humans, and we can get sick, and we will recover. But don't take pride in reporting someone else's ill health. Yes. And don't go ahead and report false information when the person might not even be sick in the first place. We've seen that happen several times. And we should start holding people accountable and responsible for the falsehood they report. We wish our minister strong health, get better and come back, because the work in front of you is big. So please get better, get back, and face the work. Benga, you're still here. We'll give you some few minutes to respond, and we will have to close the show after you. Go ahead, please.
All right. Everybody has said a lot of things about this issue of false information being peddled, and it is not a problem of media house anymore, because everybody that has a phone that has WhatsApp is a media house now. So even if you go after media houses, what about those who forward messages recklessly? And the forwarding of messages recklessly without verification had led to war in some African countries in the recent time. I think 2015, 2016, thereabout. There was a fracas in Kenya and I think Central African Republic that was um, ignited by all this reckless message sending. My own contribution is simple. You need to sensitize people through training. If you see the quality of education Japanese children are getting from childhood, you will not wonder why, when they grow up, they are one of the most respectful, most responsible adults out there. So the quality of education you give to your people, all of these areas are part of areas that needs to be covered in our education system so that people will know better right from childhood. And the longer we leave it unattended to, I mean, we have National Orientation Agency, we have other agencies that ought to be doing constant sensitization on issues like this and several other issues from time to time so that people will know. Okay, for example, in Japan now, a child of 4 years old or 5 years old knows that once they get to the zebra crossing, you acknowledge the driver who waited for you to cross by bowing down. That is their own culture over there. They'll bow down. And then after crossing to the other side safely, they'll bow down again to say thank you. The issue of cleanliness is taught to them from early childhood, and that is why when they went to World Cup, I think in Russia 2018, the area of the seat where the Japanese fans sat, despite losing that match, I think against is it against Belgium, they cleaned their seats. They clean, and their footballers always leave their dressing room tidy. They know that the stadium has employed people to clean the seats. They know that the stadium has employed people to clean the dressing room. And let me tell you, an average Japanese that you see going to all these World Cup matches to go and watch their team play are millionaires, in dollars. But yet, because, like the Bible says, teach a child the way it will grow. And when he grows up, he will not depart from that way which you have taught him or her. They are showing it. The Japanese are showing it. But who is teaching the Nigerian child that peddling false information, you want to, it's not just even peddling news. All those pranksters who play prank on people, you don't know whether that person has high blood pressure. You don't know whether that person has an underlying health issue. We've seen people, I think University of Nigeria, Nsukka, a particular student died who was doing POS business, pending his call up to her call up to NYC. She was pranked and she jumped off a moving keke and she died, because a prankster wanted to trend. And all of these things still happen till today. We will watch these pranks and we will laugh. Somebody will go to university and be making fun that because they cannot pronounce this word very well, they cannot pronounce that word very well. And you don't know that it is an invasion of those people's privacy when you post
bring us back home, please.
to ridicule them. So what I'm saying on the long run is that we need a lot of sensitization. Punitive measure is not enough, but we need to do more punitive measures so that by the time they know this person is punished for peddling this false news, that person is punished, it will reset the brains of those who are in the habit of doing these bad things. Then, as you are doing punitive measure on one side, you are doing a lot of sensitization so that people will understand the damage this thing can do to the nation. Nations can descend to wars, to civil wars, simply because of one careless breaking news that someone did not verify. That is my own take on it.
Thank you very much, Benga. It's been a pleasure having you on SBL today. We look forward to having you next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Gentlemen, and beautiful lady, thank you very much for being on this program today. Remember, for those out there, follow us, join this conversation. Let's not end it here. Let's continue when we leave here on social media platforms and all your micro-plugging platforms. Let's continue this conversation. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Remember, be the best version of you. And never ever let your neighbor go alone.
Like they said, don't let your neighbor go alone, so I'm not letting Jukes talk alone. Be Nigerian, be African, buy Africa, and be strong. My name is Swift Aderito. Have a beautiful day ahead.
And I'm Oyinpreye Krumale. Good morning to you.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literacy said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is suit business landscape.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the letter, are being protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party. I'm seeing here now. I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks for and on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers
and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, population of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
It's a beautiful Thursday morning here on Soup News Television, and you are welcome to Across Borders, the program where we explore the intricacies of migration, not just through numbers or policies, but through people and their lived experiences. Across Africa, millions continue to move, some by choice, many by necessity. Some are pushed by poverty, conflict, or environmental stress. Others are pulled by opportunity, safety, or dreams of a better life. Today, we'll be taking a look at the real reasons behind why people move, the push and the pull factor of Africa migration, and we'll also explore how these decisions shape lives, communities, and nations. To have this conversation, we will be joined by a survival leader and a migration advocate who has turned her lived experience into powerful advocacy for empowerment, reintegration, and policy change. Chilean Ife Azu is trained an architect. She is the founder of the Female Returned Migrant Network Nigeria, founded in 2019 to support the well-being and sustainable reintegration of women affected by trafficking and irregular migration. Chilean is currently serving as Capacity Building Officer for the African Survival Leadership Academy under the African Survival Coalition, advancing survival-led leadership across Africa. While we look into today's topic, I am sure she's got an interesting story to share with us. We'll take a break, and upon return, our guest will be joining us. And so please stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is Across Borders, where we talk migration and how it impacts us as a people and a nation. We are joined, like I mentioned earlier, that Chilean Ife Az will be part of us today to have this conversation. She is a survival leader and migration advocate. It's a pleasure having you join us.
Thank you so much for
a very
having
good morning.
me.
A very good morning.
Good morning to you too.
So I would say that I'm really pleased and happy that you were able to make it to
Thank
the
you
studio.
so much.
It's been long coming on this.
It's an honor.
All right, so we'll just go, straight into it. And it's okay that you have a story to share. We're definitely going to get there. But we are looking at the topic, the push, the pull factor. Why do people move? So I want to ask you, when we talk about why people move, what are some of the strongest push factors you've seen across Africa continent? For example, in Africa, the African Development Bank, I want to state that, actually notes that around 12 million young Africans enter the job market each year, yet only 3 million formal jobs are created. So what is this push-pull factor? What does it mean to you?
So I want to highlight first that there is this chronic youth unemployment. Just like you mentioned, it's a structural mismatch that just forces people to move. You want to be, as someone who's been through school, you want to be able to come out and get a job. But then what is available out there doesn't actually give you the kind of life you dreamed of even before you started going to school, right? So that structure isn't there. And, creating limited jobs and jobs that don't actually fit into people's ambition, that doesn't fit into what people actually want, is the reason why a lot of young people make the decision to migrate. And then you have the issues of conflict and insecurity in Africa. I'm highlighting insecurity, and I'm going to just use the story of the young man who, I think Fish Magnet is his name, who had built a business, really good business, and his life was just taken. You see, it's issues like that that just, I remember looking through some people's comments when this guy died. A lot of young people started saying, just ask me one of the reasons why I'm leaving Nigeria. It's because even if you build an empire, you're not even assured of safety, right? You also have lack of access to services like medical care, education, things that ordinarily they should be accessible to you as a citizen or as an individual. You have limited access to these things that are even like your day-to-day needs, right? And you have young people who really have strong ambitions. I want to go through good school, but then you don't have access to the resources to have what you actually desire, So yes, young people are prone to move because of lack of access to these services. We talk about poverty. I think that's something that we, I don't know if I would say we don't emphasize enough. So check how much people earn in a month and what their needs are. Does that actually meet what they really want? And so when you look at it and you know that there are better opportunities out there that can actually give you that, not necessarily build you huge wealth. You want to be able to afford the necessities of life, like your daily needs, right? But when you don't have access to funding to be able to even take care of yourself and your immediate needs, you have that prompt to move. You have issues of environmental stress and resources, and of course, climate change recently. So there's just a lot of reasons. I don't even know which one to highlight. Thank you.
Okay, that's a whole lot put together. So in a way, you've talked about poverty, you've talked about environmental factor and all of that. Okay, let's go to the next question. Now, we often focus on Africans, heading to Europe or, say, the Middle East. But intra-African migration remains high. According to the UN, about 80% of African migrants stay within the continent. I want to ask you, why do you think that side of the migration story doesn't get as much attention?
So there's several reasons. One of it is the asylum debates that are going on. I know that it's a lot of attraction to both the media, and it just pushes this. I don't even know how to frame it, but in a certain narrative that people want to interact with, right? And so because there is this certain narrative, people hardly even talk about intra-African migration. But that's even the highest, right? There are a lot of young people who migrate within Africa. There are a lot of businesses built within Africa, Africans moving within Africa and doing businesses, but those things are not talked about because there's a lot of focus, right, that is given to migrants who've gone to Europe. And also, I think I want to highlight that somehow, because of certain cultural beliefs and certain ideas within rural environments. So you have people believing that if you travel within Africa, you've not traveled. I had a conversation with someone who once said, I don't know what you think about traveling within Africa, but for me, I don't think that's travel. When you've left to places like America, when you've gone to places like Europe, when you've gone to places like Asia. Even I think someone also highlighted that if she hears about people saying they went to Asia, they didn't migrate. They should come back home.
So what's migration? What's migration?
So people's knowledge, you know, people's ideas is the reason why it looks like there is no attention given to intra-African migration. And the fact is, it's even on the high because there are a lot of businesses built within Africa by Africans. Thank you.
I see. So can you share, you know, an example of someone who left, returned, and found meaning in rebuilding at home? I mean, I know you have a story to tell, but we're going to come to you later. But of course, I wanted to share with us and factors that influence that choice. Do you have one or two you'd like to share with us?
Okay, so I can't really say a lot about people who've migrated and have come back to rebuild, except for returned migrants that I work with. But then I also know that I have this boss who, Mr. Osito Semene is his name, who had actually migrated, and his return to Nigeria was to build something really great that inspired a lot of us, Patriotic Citizens Initiative. And seeing the work that he was doing, I was really inspired. He's someone who his migration experience built what he has right now and what he is doing currently. Yeah.
Okay, so when you look at someone like this, what's the inspiration? What do you draw out of, you know, such?
Nigeria is not that bad.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so from his experience, I can say Nigeria is not as bad as many people frame it to be, or as it looks. That means there is hope, right? Please don't eat me wrong. There is hope, right? Because the narrative out there is that there is no hope. But I think there is hope. If you look at the fact that we are resilient people, we are people who like to rebuild, we are people who like to, whatever is thrown to you doesn't really destroy you. It helps you create even bigger things. I have a lot of inspiration from a lot of young Nigerians who've, you know, been through too much. They didn't have to leave the borders to be through too much, but then they've been able to rebuild something. That's also somewhere to draw lessons from. And their growth sometimes, it amazes me because, yes, regardless of what we have here, we are able to build things that are really strong.
That's very good. I think it's encouraging. It's encouraging. So environmental challenges like drought, flooding, and, you know, desertification, you know, all of this continue to displace communities. The World Bank, they projects that by 2050, climate change could force over 86 million Africans to migrate within their own countries. I want to ask you, how can government, you know, better respond to this emerging pressures? Because, yeah, if you look at it, it's a whole lot. We don't want to have a situation whereby instead of addressing the issues, we have them keep mounting pressures and it's, you know, multiplying. What do you think government should do at this point?
Okay, so I think that one of the things that government needs to do is to respond quickly to the climate issues. You don't have to wait until the climate issues have really become high before addressing them. How about doing things that can actually fix the issues before they even come? I mean, create those... okay, so I think somehow young people are beginning to solve climate issues. How about the government thinks about empowering the young people who are creating these solutions to climate issues? How about working with the diaspora communities to empower young people with information that can actually help with changing the course of these issues that we foresee? So if we know that people would be on the move by 2050, we can actually create things that can make that particular thing not even happen, or when it happens, we minimize the effect, or we minimize how difficult it would be for people to cope that will force them to migrate. I think that if we go through that route, we'll be able to solve it even before it happens.
So I like the fact that you've taken me to migration, and that's going to, I mean, remittance, I mean to say, and that's going to take me to, you know, the next question. Ordinarily, people see migration more often, they present it as crisis. But I can tell you that it also contributes to development through remittances. Africans in the diaspora sent home over $100 billion. They sent that home, I think that was in 2023, looking at research. Do you understand? I want to ask, how can this financial flow be better harnessed to create opportunities at home? How can we put this together?
I think that I'm not speaking for the government, because it's just here I'm recommending, right, that there are a lot of SMEs. Nigerians create businesses, but there is no empowerment for them to foster these businesses or for them to grow these businesses. How about creating, through these remittances that come in, creating, what's it called, grants that these young people who are creating businesses can actually assess, you know. And then I know that there are a lot, because I've met people in the diaspora that really want to invest at home. There are a lot of them that have good ideas, no partners, because they don't even know how to come in. You know, reduce some of the limitations to, what's it called, registrations that can actually make them, you know, pull back and decide not to invest at home. And for some of them who actually want to train people, why not create those platforms, opportunities where they can actually find these young people and train them and work with them to build sustainable businesses in Nigeria. It's not just about building businesses. We want sustainable businesses. We want to have this effect where we know that people in diaspora are actually pouring into the country, and we are seeing it happen. Like, we are seeing the impacts, right? We don't want to see that we have so and so amounts coming into the country, but then it's not being used for anything tangible. Also, I think that a lot of young people have built businesses, but they don't actually have things like good infrastructure. Let's talk about electricity, for instance. How does it feel to build a business that you pay or buy fuel for daily? That's not a growing business. That's actually a limitation. So how about partnering with these guys who actually want to invest? I have a colleague who once talked about how he wants to work with people who, what do they call them? You know, these guys who do lights that doesn't actually need...
Is it solar?
Solar. You know, but then when he looked at the options, how he would go about it, he saw a lot of limitation, and he was like, I don't think I'm ready for all of that, right? If you create pathways that make these things easier for them to access and for them to reach people at home, I think we would have a lot of businesses built that are sustainable.
That's a whole lot. And from what you've said, I want to pick out the fact that I don't think we should leave all of this to the government. I mean, I'm just saying. So let's look at private individuals and investors. What do you think they can do? Again, we can't relate it to policy. You know, how government can make it easy for individuals to be able to put something together so that staying in Nigeria will be as interesting as viable as traveling, as migrating. Or what do you think?
I think that a lot of people want to partner with each other, but you know, as a Nigerian, to be honest, we have a lot of trust issues with, you know, doing businesses. And it also stems from the fact that there is corruption almost everywhere. So if I'm going to register my business and it's easy to access it, and I know that, oh, when I go there, it's just a free flow to registration, and I'm working with this individual to make it happen. Or, oh, this private sector has this opportunity, can we go work with them? You know, we are not leaving everything to government, but there is a lot of limitation that have been created by policy, a lot. So if we look at all of that and clear that out of the way, I think so many people, don't you want to collaborate with me?
Why not?
So yeah,
let's do this together.
If everything seems is as easy as supposed, I think collaboration would be very easy.
I see. We're hoping that all of this will be put together. The government, private investors, everybody. Yeah, of course, they're going to get this message. Everybody, let's put hands together to get things done. So I have a question, but I'm going to come to that, talking about the youth. So we cannot be having all of this conversation and we're not talking about technology. Yeah. We're not talking about the media space. You know, how has the media influenced this push and pull factor that we are talking about? In your own experience?
Okay, so I think that selective storytelling is a big issue. So you have, I'm looking for a better word for it. So you have these selected stories of people who've made it abroad, right? And there is limited, I think some time ago I tried to talk online about how I would love people to actually step forward who are abroad to tell us their migration realities. Don't tell me that you made it in 6 months. How? Because if I understand your how, I will know if I really want to go into how you got to where you are, right? So you have these selected stories. For instance, let's take crossing through the desert and sea to Europe to make to Europe to work, right? You have people who, once they cross, they take videos of, oh, I'm now in Europe and I'm doing very okay, but there is no information on how they got there.
The journey.
How do you get there? You know, so if I understand your how, and I know that this your how is not as easy as you've painted it, right? And then you have a lot of stories of people who say, once you enter so and so country, the next 1 month you're already working, which is not true, because the next 1 month you're also trying to learn the language, you're also trying to understand the people, there's a lot of struggles. There's a lot of information that you, who is even planning to migrate, need to have before leaving, right? But these people who've migrated are not actually giving you access to this information, and then they are putting out stories of how they made it. You also have like social media influencers these days who are not making it easy. These guys have like a lot of, I did this and I'm here now and this, but they are not telling you how. So I would like to ask that instead of focusing on those very positive stories, which is great, I'm not saying that their stories are bad. You also need to ask, how did they get there? What did they do? Would what they did work for you? What if it's something illegal? Because, yes, they are not going to show you that they did illegal things to get to where they are. What if it's something illegal? So, you know, you need to ask a lot of questions. People have said things like, I don't think illegal migration is a crime, but it is a crime, right? And then some of these people were illegal migrants for a long while before they even started making it. You need to ask real questions so that you don't get into trouble.
Okay, that's very important. You need to ask the right questions you need to say. But again, while we are looking at those that want to travel, that wants to migrate, that needs that information and they are out there, how about those policies around getting the right information? How about the people? Now let's take it to the government table. Dishing out information. Those offices that are responsible for pushing all of this information out. How effective? Again, I'll also talk about those individuals on social media platforms where you have them say, oh, there is a job. I know you've talked a bit about it, but you know, I'm hitting on the fact that you see them say, oh, you can get a particular job at a particular amount, and you are coming in. You don't need you don't need down payment. You understand all of those? They say a whole lot, and they say it's a total package. You get there, then you start paying back gradually. All of this. How do we have authorities? Now I'm pushing it to regulations. I think that's where I'm going to. You know, the right regulations and ensuring the right information. And what do you have to say to that?
So the first thing I would say is, I think we've from 2017, because I started this work in 2018, between 2017 and now, there are platforms that have been created, not 100% effective, but I think they are working, and we are consistently, you know, learning, relearning, unlearning, and trying to make sure that these platforms push out the right information. I think that one of the regulations that I would also plead with the government to look into is regular migration pathways, you know, safe pathways. How about working with other governments to make sure that the pathways, we get this right information out there for our people, and also that the regulations, the restrictions are limited. They are not so much, because, of course, if I want to go to the UK and I find out that going to the UK has a lot of what's the word now? You know, it's strict, it's difficult, it's not so easy to access. And someone else comes to me to say, oh, I have an easier one. You could come in, I would help you get there. You know, I'll think twice about that one that is difficult versus the one that is easier to access, right? I think that's the reason why these influencers are actually getting people to the wrong places. If we consider working with other governments to create these pathways that are easier for our nationals to access, we would also be able to bridge that gap. Also, I think that one of the things that we need to look into is agencies that that creates these news about job opportunities outside the country. So recently I had like, I don't have their permission to share, but then I just want to say that there's a lot going on. So you have agencies, people who say they are agents that help people migrate. I think that because of corruption, right, these guys do not actually have the regular document to help people migrate, but they have, like, I don't know how they do it, but they have access to places where they can actually get these informations and push people out of Nigeria without that regular permits, right? So we need to make sure that these guys are no longer functional. I think once I had that conversation with Ministry of Labor, and they explained that for any agent, there is a registration done within the Ministry of Labor to be able to talk about helping people get employment outside Nigeria. We need to look more into that because there's a lot of agencies out there that are not documented.
Great, great, great. I think it's very important because the number of agencies or individual that goes on social media to push this agenda, if I'll put it that way, it's alarming. Day in, day out, you see different people come on social media to say a whole lot of things, either leading people right or misleading people. But again, I want to ask you, for those young people that believes that all hopes for them lies abroad, they need to go across the borders. If they don't go across the borders, life will not turn around for them. So I want to ask, what message would you give to these people, this set of individuals that believe they have to cross the border before they can make it, before they can get it right in life? What's the message for them?
The first message would be there is nowhere you can't make it in life. It's, first of all, change the mindset that you have to go abroad because that's the mindset that creates desperation. The moment you start thinking that there is a certain place where you have to go to get all of the resources and everything, desperation strikes in. It means that every other thing you're doing within your country would even seem abortive. None of it would seem like it's working even when it's working because growth takes time. I think we need to let that sink in. Growth is not a thing that happens just immediately. The fact that you're ambitious is great, but you also need to learn the principles of growth. How does it happen? What do I need? Even right here, I've seen young people who are doing so great, and I'm grateful to God for them. I really do not want to say don't travel. That's not my message. My message is if you're going to do it, if you're going to migrate, let it not be because you're pressured, because you feel like you're not doing enough, because you feel like you're not doing well here. It has to come from a place where you understand that now I want to actually go to a different environment. You actually have a plan. You understand why, just have your why answered first. Yes, I'm going to so and so country. I know why I'm going there. Because you understand why you're going there. Let it not be because everyone else is going or because you feel like you cannot make it in Nigeria. There is a lot that you could do that can help you first here, survive Nigeria first. Because I don't think there is any place where you go to that you don't have struggles or you don't have challenges. No. Even people abroad, if you have legit conversations with them, if you actually listen when they are talking, you would understand that they have struggles as well. Even if there are access to resources, it's not as easy as it looks. It's also as difficult as it is here too. And sometimes you should also consider the fact that you even have certain things easy. For instance, accommodation. I think that some places we have, some of you, your children of landlords, when you go there, it's not as easy. So you consider, it's not the same. You consider a lot of things before you start thinking of migrating. I know that some young people will be angry when they hear things like this. Why are you saying all of this? But the reality is it's not easy. If you get there, it's not as easy as you think, right? You have people going through a lot of abuse because they actually want to live abroad. And that abuse they wouldn't even take while being here.
Wow. a whole lot put together. We can go on and on, but we need to go on a short break. Before we take that break, I just want to highlight that I think it's important we understand the fact that we can also make it abroad, here in Nigeria, and that will make us talk about the pull factor when we come back briefly before we go into your own story. I am saying that let's migrate right. When you are talking about the push factor, you should also think about the pull factor. Yes, we will look at that when we come back, or put together the reasons why people move. Let's take a short break. When we come back, it's still Chilean Azu here, and she will be telling us some of her stories. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Every day, people move from one city to another, from one country to the next, chasing dreams, escaping limits, or simply searching for something new. Migration. It's as old as humanity itself. Some travel for education, students clutching admission letters, hearts full of hope. Some for business, briefcases packed with contracts and confidence. Others for safety, or for the promise of opportunity beyond familiar borders. But every journey has its own rhythm and its own reality. There are delayed flights, misplaced tickets, endless queues at immigration counters. There are nights in strange hotels, moments of homesickness, and the silent fear of starting over. Yet in between the frustration lies something powerful: resilience. People who leave home often build bridges between worlds. They send back remittances that keep families fed, children in school, and small businesses alive. They share new skills, new habits, and sometimes new dreams. Across Africa, migration tells 1,000 stories. A Nigerian engineer working in Kigali, a Ghanaian nurse in the UK, a Kenyan student studying in Johannesburg, a South African entrepreneur opening a cafe in Dubai. Each journey different, yet all connected by hope, by effort, by motion. And when migrants return home, they bring more than souvenirs. They bring experiences, exposure, and a new sense of what's possible. Still, migration is never easy. Integrating into new cultures takes time. Learning the language, understanding laws, adapting to weather, food, and ways of life. Some face discrimination, others find opportunity. But most discover something deeper. That movement changes not just your location, it changes your perspective. Whether it's a tourist gazing at the pyramids of Egypt, a business traveler closing a deal in Nairobi, or a student boarding a plane for the first time, every trip carries both challenge and blessing. Migration isn't just about crossing borders, it's about crossing into new versions of ourselves. It's the story of humanity in motion. Always learning, always adapting, always moving forward. Because no matter where we go, home is not always where we start. Sometimes it's where the journey takes us.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
It's good to know that you are still with us. You never left, and this is Across Borders, and we are into the second part of the conversation. Yes, before we went on that break, Chilean spoke about the push, so much of the push. We want to look at the pull. Yes, we have things that pulls people back into Nigeria. One of the Across Borders episode, I think, we had someone who spoke about Africa and why he has been in Africa for about 40 years. So let's look at the pull factor. Chilean, what do you think? What are those factors that brings, people back, or that should bring people back to Nigeria?
One of the pull factors that I would like to highlight is the fact that we love to build communities. We are people who, I wouldn't want to use the word love, but we know how to build communities. We know
more like a nature.
Yes,
it's a natural thing for us.
We know how to build that relationship. A friend of mine once said his compound where he lives in Germany, he has lived there for years and he doesn't know his neighbors.
Oh.
That can never happen in
Nigeria.
So, we have that relationship.
Communal spirit.
We have that communal spirit. And then we also are people who, whatever we build here thrives. We have challenges, it's true, but then if you start selling anything, rest assured people would buy. We love each other, we care for each other, even if we like to hide it, we like to pretend like we don't. We care about each other. That's also another one. And then I think family ties. So majority of the people who've migrated, who've come back, and one of the things they told me about their return is the fact that they just can't survive without their families. They love their families so much, they would like to be around them. So, yeah.
That's it. So you've talked about family. You've just highlighted that Nigerians, we have more like, should I call it communal spirit. So, and for some individuals, they live because they want their family to have a better life and all of that. I want to ask you now, we are focusing on you. So it's time for you to tell us about your story. Tell us how you started. You've walked this path personally, from experiencing irregular migration to becoming a voice for others. When you reflect on your journey, what pushed you to leave? And I want to ask again, what ultimately pulled you back, to return back and to start all over? Yes.
So now we are talking about me.
Yeah, it's about you.
So I think that one of the reasons why I actually decided to migrate was because I didn't have access to certain things. I really wanted a different life. If you know me, you know I'm very ambitious. I want to grow, I want to do better. And so not having access to the things that would have made me better was one of the reasons why I left. I didn't have control over certain things as well, right? At the time, I didn't have control over the decision to migrate, for instance, at that time. Also, I think that one of the reasons why I also migrated was because I wanted my family to be in a better position, because all my life I've dreamed of where I'm going to make my parents really proud. So when the opportunity came, why not? Yeah.
So you had to key to it.
Yeah.
You had to key to it and you moved. So before we go into the female, what do I call it now? The organization you have that you've been able to put together and you're working with, let's talk about your experience. So what was it like moving away from Nigeria? How did you start? Where did you pause and thought, oh, my Nigeria, my Nigeria? So just share this experience with us.
Okay, so when I left Nigeria in 2017, it was, like I said, the desire to grow. I just wanted the best out of life, and what life had thrown to me at the time was really hard. starting with family challenges, not necessarily my parents, it came from extended family. You know, I also had issues with school. I could not graduate at the time, and you know, had a pile up of academic issues, and I was like, okay, being someone who wanted to be an architect with a difference, with all of that challenges, that's just was there. It's not something I could change. And then I tried to build businesses with my mom, which also the Nigerian factor affected a lot of it, not finances. There was a site where we were selling, and all of a sudden sites got shut down. You know, that just made me believe that it's just back and forth here and there. And then I had, at that time, I also tried to get married like every other young girl. Of course, I was 26, so yeah, I really wanted to get married, and I met someone who was all into marriage at the time, and then suddenly he became cold, and that happened when I was pregnant, so I had to move back to join my dad, who, by the way, supported me so much. My siblings, they were all there for me. So when I had my baby, I started thinking about other things I could do. I had gone into farming. I had gone into other things when the opportunity came and, you know, the pressure. I decided to migrate. Now coming to why did I pause and come back?
I mean, you traveled, yeah, the experiences you had while you were away from Nigeria, you know, because people need to learn. Do you understand? We want people to say, someone with a first-hand information, first-hand experience, and share, okay, so this was what happened when I got there, briefly, anyways. This was what happened, this was how it started, and this was what I did. Do you understand? Yeah. So we'd like you to share.
So for my reason for returning would highlight that as well, because at first, when I was leaving Nigeria, I didn't know it was going to be irregular. It was through family, so it was more of, we have all of your documents sorted out, we have everything sorted out, just come to so-and-so place, you get everything you need. I got there and I started sensing a lot of, you know, things that didn't make sense to me. And at that time too, because those things didn't make sense, I had this wonderful friend of mine, Victoria, so I had to quickly reach out to her and say, okay, what I'm seeing here doesn't look like what I was told, and I was still within Nigerian borders, so I just told her it doesn't look good. It looks like there is something these guys are hiding, but they've made us promises. I don't know if to trust them. So being a lawyer at the time, she told me that she doesn't think she has quick answers to what I'm asking, but I should just give her like till the next morning to gather information. But she thinks because I'm in Benin, something fishy is going on, because she also schooled in Benin. She told me, because you're in Benin right now, I think something fishy is going on, but I'll call you, you know. So towards the evening of the same day, they unpacked my bags, they took away my documents, they took away basic things that I had left home with, my son's picture, just a lot of, you know, things that were personal to me. They removed them from the bags with promises of shipping them down there. I don't need to carry all of that. Now that I've traveled a lot, I think that
you know better now.
Yeah, that would have also told me that something was wrong.
Really wrong.
Right? And then they changed the big bag I had. They made it a smaller bag, you know, prepared basic things, you know, basic
for
things.
For a light journey. You know,
basic things that would have also told me. That was also a red flag, but I didn't really think, I wasn't thinking about all of that at the time, of course. I left Nigeria. It was when I also got to Kano that I met with, you know, the regular Nigerian Immigration Service people who were supposed to also stop us. And also, I think at some point, NDLEA would have also been able to flag the fact that something was wrong with the three of us, because there were 3 ladies and a guy, so there were 4 of us. And, you know, they would have been able to say, these people, something is wrong, because everything started looking strange. The documents I had actually had my face, but not my name, not my age. You know, there was just a lot going on. And I had a lot of questions, but no one to answer them at the time. So then I moved, and then I got to Libya.
Okay.
I know you've heard about Libya.
So we are talking Libya today again.
I know you've heard about Libya. It was really tough crossing the desert and then getting to Libya and attempting to cross the sea with the war in 2017. If you heard about it, it was tough. At that point, I got arrested. I was put in detention. So while in detention was where I made up my mind that this is not the abroad I was promised. So at that point, I had to tell myself, you have to
you need to go back home.
Go home. You need to return. I started praying a lot because of course, I'm a very strong Christian.
No, Nigerians are prayer people.
So I prayed a lot and I asked God to help me go back home. I really want to see my family. I actually promised God that if I get the opportunity to return home, every year we're here, not to go there. Yeah, so I tried my very best to get access to opportunities to return, and God being so kind, then IOM started their assisted voluntary return. I think it started in 2017 for Nigeria, and so I took advantage of it. I registered with the embassy while in prison, by the way. I took advantage of it, and then I decided I was going to come back home, which I came back December of the same year.
Oof, okay, well, I'm glad that you are home now and you are doing pretty well. So that's the life you wanted, the life you actually looked out for that made you to move away from the shores of Nigeria. You couldn't even get a bit of it at all, ending up in the prison. So I think this will help every individual out there that are thinking travel and they are thinking using the irregular route to take note and to do it right. I think that's very important. Yes, we are still talking while people move, the push and pull factor. But Alice has something for us. Let's take a look. We'll be right back.
Migration has always been part of African story, from ancient trade routes to modern airways. Today, aviation has redefined movement, connecting continents, shrinking distances, and turning dreams into destinations. Across Africa, people move for opportunity or survival, seeking education, jobs, and safety. Affordable flight and visa programs have made air travel both gateway to opportunity and pathway of escape. Before airplanes, movement happened by foot, camel, or sea. Now, aviation links African capitals, creating new trade and migration corridors where journeys that once took weeks now take hours. Air routes have become the new migration map, from Lagos to London, from Accra to Toronto, Addis Ababa to Dubai. Yet, visa limits, ticket prices, and few direct flights still decide who can move and who cannot. Migration across Africa is shaped by both push and pull forces, reasons that drive people away and those that draw them toward new destinations. African migration is driven by powerful push and pull factors. Many are pushed by poverty, unemployment, conflict, political instability, and the impact of climate change that threatens livelihoods. Others are pulled by the promise of better opportunity and education quality, stable jobs, safety, and higher standards of living. For some, migration is a means of survival. For others, it's a path to growth. Together, these forces shape the movement of people across borders, turning migration into both necessity and an aspiration for millions across the continent. From fruit paths to flight paths, the story of African migration is also the story of aviation connecting opportunities, people, and possibilities. As planes take off across the continent every day, they carry more than just passengers. They carry dreams, ambitions, and the next chapter of Africa's movement story. You're watching Across Borders. I am Alice Patrick. Join us next time for more stories shaping economics and lives across the continent.
And that's it. Thank you, Alice Patrick, for that update. So we'll just go straight into the next question now. Let's talk about the network we have put together, the Female Returned Migrant Network. It has become a strong support, a strong support system for women returning from difficult journeys. What are some of the most common struggles that they face, especially when you're talking about the emotional challenges, social and economical issues? What are these ones you'd like to put together?
Okay, so you have issues of trauma. Going through that experience whether you went by air or by land, because people like to say, oh, it's because you went by land that you had issues of trauma. But anyone who goes through exploitative situations like as it is with human trafficking has issues of trauma. And so we find ways of providing psychosocial support mentorship. We find ways of providing guidance to, or healing pathways, you know, how, of course, it's true that you hardly heal completely from trauma, but then you have help to recover and be able to reintegrate back into society. So we make that available for our women. We try to, because we have a lot of single moms, we have a lot of teenage girls who've been through this kind of trauma, we try to ensure that the first thing for them is to access healing opportunities, opportunities to think about their future more than they think about the past. We also have, you know, help with reintegrating them into society. So some of them face issues of rejection. You have families that say, because you've gone through this kind of experience, you're cast away, you're not a part of the family. Even if they are not even saying it directly, you also have families that pressure these girls into doing all sorts to provide for their families. We try to, you know, be that voice for the girls, for the families to understand what they are going through, how to walk them through that situation, and how to support them. Okay. You have also, right now, we are trying to get our space for our skill center. Okay. We've been doing skill acquisition, training survivors and returnees outside of a skill center. So now we are trying to get a space where they can actually stay, a safe space, because of course they need that environment to be calm, to heal, and also invest and point to themselves to be able to do better in life.
Very amazing. I mean, good work you are doing. I must say that I'm even thrilled with the fact that you returned and you decide to, you know, dive into this to ensure that other women and girls out there, they find safety. That's very key. While you're talking, you mentioned the fact that, I think that was off camera, we spoke about having some agencies having these people to sign some documents. And I'm bringing that in because you talk about families pushing their members, maybe a daughter or son, to go, you know, get all of this done. So what do you think should be done? The family is the one pressurizing them, pushing them, and handing them even over to agencies that are not legit. And you have all of these agencies telling people, oh, you need to sign this document and all of that. So when there are issues and you are going to court, I mean, you just can't win them. What do you have to say to this? How can we take care of that?
The first thing is awareness. So I think that one of the reasons why families are signing documents that they don't read or understand, why young girls are signing documents that they don't understand even before migrating, is the fact that there is limited information out there. I think there is a need for people to actually access information, to actually go to, I mean, real life awareness. You know, you have a lot of people who've been through this process. Let them speak to you about their experiences. I want to use a young lady who I kind of helped from going to Turkey in 2023. When they reached out to her family, I think her dad was really excited. From the conversation I had with this young lady, her dad was really excited to the point where the man was not even considering how the girl was feeling about where she was going to and the opportunities that have been presented before them. The man wasn't weighing it. So I looked at the fact that he wasn't even aware. He had limited knowledge. And so he's pressurizing his daughter based on what he feels he knows, like the knowledge he has at the moment, or he had at that moment, right? Now I'm helping them learn about what they should do to kind of look into this information that they've received, ensuring that they're actually making informed decisions that would help the young lady, right? So I think that one of the things is we need to raise massive awareness. A lot of survivors are doing that already. For instance, the Female Returned Migrants Network, we are also doing that. We are raising awareness, and we need to be doing that a lot, right? We also need to find ways around pushing for policies that hold people accountable. I think that in Nigeria, holding people accountable is very important. These agencies need to be held accountable. So what is the government doing about holding them accountable for the wrongdoing, for the crimes they are committing against people? And also, we need to also look into issues of corruption. So you have law enforcement agents who are actually helping these people access these documents. How do you even get a court order? How do you get a court document that people sign? I'm really concerned about Nigerians, because if anyone can walk into the court and pick up documents and make people sign them, it's a lot. So policies that can actually help with restraining people from accessing these documents, and also making sure that anyone who has access to a document that they shouldn't have access to is held accountable.
Very important.
That should be done.
Yes, because, you know, for them, they believe once you've signed those papers, you take them to court, there's nothing. I mean, you just cannot win there. But again, if there is a counter document, I think that will make a lot of sense. That's okay. So let me ask you the next question. Let's look at now the International Organization for Migration reports, you know, that over 30,000 Nigerians have been voluntarily returned, you know, from Libya and other transit countries since 2017. What does true reintegration looks like in your eyes beyond simple returning home? They just return back home and that's it. What can you say to this?
So reintegration, when I say it's sustainable, it means total well-being or general well-being of the individual. So we look at, most of us try to look at reintegration from the financial aspect, but there's a lot of needs that arise after migration. You have the medical needs, you have economic needs, you have people who have serious issues with trauma, you know, accommodation issues, and when you're able to give someone access to resources that can help them solve at least 90% of these issues, that can actually help them fix these issues without relying completely on you. So if a person is sustainably reintegrated into society, it means that they are not depending on you for their daily bread or a means to survive. And they are not just trying to survive. They also have like the hope of a better future. So general well-being, their mental health is okay, their health is okay. I know that nobody is complete 100%, but at least we look forward to reintegration where we could actually say that this person had at least 90% recovery. That is proper reintegration or sustainable reintegration for me.
Thank you. So let's before I go to the main question, I mean, I think I have one or two more questions to ask you before we wrap up, but I want to ask, what is that thing that you feel is actually an illusion now, something that is unrealistic, that you feel pushes those people out? How do they need to take this off mind? Then let's put it together with gender, because I see that a lot of this irregular travel thing are more of the female gender. So how do we address all of this put together?
For gender, I think that families need to stop thinking that if a woman leaves the country, the shores of the country, she has that speed to get what they need. Again, we need to balance this information that come up about gender migration, right? So there is a lot of misconception and misinformation out there. You have people believing, and I think that somehow someone had chipped it in one conversation, people believing that every woman who goes out there is going out there possibly to prostitute. That's not true. And prostitution out there also, the way you perceive it or the way you think it's not what you think. So if you have someone who is under the spell of sexual exploitation, do not think it's rice and beans where you just go, come out, and then you're fine. There is a lot that revolves around such things when we talk about sexual exploitation. So we need to look at those things, and families need to stop trying to force their women to migrate because they think, especially families in rural environment, because they think that if they go to those places, they have access to quick money and men that will give them everything that they need. That's not true. That's not even something that is real, right? Your daughters would actually have jobs, real jobs to do. And if their skills are not built, if they are not empowered to actually do those jobs that you are pushing them to go abroad, that's actually when they become vulnerable and fall into the spell of sexual exploitation. So I think that there is a lot that needs to change. You need to start teaching young ladies to acquire skills, strong skill sets that actually puts them in a position of advantage wherever they are. So even if they are in Nigeria or they are outside of Nigeria, they have these strong skill sets that actually positions them better. How about tech? How about things that when you have this skill, you know that, oh, because I have this skill, right, I can do better anywhere I am.
And that's it. Yes. Very important, because if you have something good and you know with this you can get something done, you can put stuff on your table, I think there won't be so much of that, should I call it the wrong ambition now, you know, and you will not be desperate. You will not be desperate to be out there. You can also think about being in Nigeria and getting it right. So I'm going to ask you now, you know, you now serve as Capacity Building Officer for the African Survival Leadership Academy, promoting survival-led change. So why is survival leadership so essential in shaping migration and anti-trafficking policies across Africa? Let's take this.
I'll start this with a saying, nothing for us without us. So if you're building, if you're trying to reintegrate survivors into community, you actually need survivor voices to help with shaping those opportunities you're creating for survivors. You actually need survivors in it. One thing that I encourage and I try to speak about is the fact that some of the reintegration opportunities out there does not actually give survivors agency to, you know, to recover by themselves, to choose or have options, right? This survival-led change that we talk about is to give agency back to the people who have been affected by this crime. They are the ones who understand how they feel. They are the ones who should make policies about themselves and who should make decisions that can actually help them, right? You don't make decisions for a person. You help them. If ever you feel like they need support in any way, it is support to have that total agency, that total strength. Okay, so this is me. I own where I am right now, and I make the decision about where I'm going to be in the future. And you find out that when survivors actually lead, there is a lot of impact, because you, okay, for instance, I'm going to use just a very clear, I'm going to use a small example. When I first came back, you know, I didn't want to trust the people who were on the table writing names and taking information. Why are you taking my information to start with? But if I introduce myself and I say, for instance, my name is Chilean and I'm a returnee, the other returnee who is coming is walking towards me because they know that they can relate. There is this connection between us, right? Okay. And so if I'm leading a conversation about what affects migrants, I'm talking from the angle of being someone, yes, who has experienced it. And so we should be at that table making the decision about what affects us and where we are going from where we are right now.
Very important, and I agree with you completely. That works because you are speaking from a place of personal experience, and people would know, okay, yes, you have the knowledge, and that's why you are saying this. It's easy to convince people or make people see reasons with you. So I'm just going to take this last question. We are out of time. I wish we can do more, but well, probably some other time we'll bring you for another interesting topic. So you've represented Africa on global platforms, you know, from the Orion Policy Institutes to IOM dialogues. What major policy shift or collaboration do you believe could make the biggest difference, you know, for returning migrants?
So I think that this has to do with decision-making. So for returning migrants here in Nigeria, one of the policy shifts that would actually help with returning migrants is those policies that actually gives them the opportunity to make decisions by themselves, right? So I see that a lot of agencies in Nigeria try to make the decision for reintegration for migrants. This is the time to allow migrants make this decision or inform you on how to empower them or inform you on what gives them what is actually reintegration for them. I think that it's time to allow migrants, allow returnees, allow survivors to actually make the decision, to inform you, to also help you understand where they are, what they are. And another thing is, I think that now we are encouraging organizations and agencies to listen. this is the time to actually listen to survivors, hear them, understand where they are and what they are dealing with, so that you understand where to come in. Do not create one-size-fits-all reintegration opportunities for everybody. I see that there is a lot of going to business going on, and there are a lot of people who don't want to go into business. So when you're making these decisions for them, you're also endangering them, also giving them that, giving traffickers that platform to re-traffic these people. When they do not have agency, they are already thinking about, since I don't even have power over my own decisions, since I don't even have the opportunity to decide for myself where I'm going from here, that push again comes in. So we as human beings, we want to be in total control. And when you're trying to control these people, they tend to move. So they are prone to re-trafficking.
I agree with you, because I think it's important when people go out and they have a bad experience, they're coming in, there should be this level of freedom to some extent to say, okay, now I've thought about my life again, and this is how I want to go about it. Then rather than pushing to them, give them guidelines, give them advice that would work, and all of that put together.
Provide that resources, and give them the options.
Yes, let them just take decision. You think this is okay, you want to do this, and all of that. I believe it will work. That's how far we can take, but I must say thank you so much for coming. Thank you for being our guest on Just Africa today. Yes, why people move, the poll, the push, and all put together. I think we've been able to do justice to this in a bit. But of course, you're going to come again.
Thank you so much.
You're going to come again. All right, and it's been Chilean Ife Azo. I want to say that migration isn't just about movement. It's about meaning. It's about the search for dignity and about people finding a place to belong. I want to say a very big thank you to Chilean Ife again, and like she have mentioned, we have said that over and over again, she's a survival leader and migration advocate whose voice reminds us that behind every statistic is a story, and behind every journey, a human heart determined to rise again. Of course, you've heard all of that conversation. And that will be the end until next time again on Across Borders. Remember to follow us via our social media platforms at Souk News Television. And I am saying that you stay positive, you stay active, you stay hopeful. Just do the right thing. Do the right thing. Pick all those essential messages that we've talked about today and work on it. Until next time, we'll see you again. My name remains Grace Komalafe. Stay motivated.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcement has been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. Clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So If we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need...
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That, I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing, we have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press in general, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where did they come from? Nowhere. So now you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. And I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy.
It's got to do with the kind of coach.
It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the seniors, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, AGRIC, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on Souk News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Nigeria's Securities and Exchange Commission has announced the transition of the nation's capital market from a Trade Plus 3 to a Trade Plus 2 settlement circle, a shift designed to improve market efficiency, reduce systemic risk, and strengthen investor confidence. The Director General of the Commission, Emomotimi Agama, disclosed this at a Trade Association roundtable in Abuja, describing the move as a landmark reform aligning Nigeria's capital market with global best practices. Agama explained that a shorter settlement period will significantly cut counterpart risk and market exposure by reducing the time between trade execution and final settlement. He added that the system would boost market liquidity by returning funds to investors more quickly, encouraging reinvestment and increasing trade activity. He noted that the initiative aligns Nigeria's market with advanced economies, many of which are already moving towards Trade 1 settlement. Host communities in oil-rich Niger Delta have pledged full commitment to safeguarding the 3% Host Community Development Fund, assuring President Bola Tinubu that the resources will be managed transparently and used strictly for community development as provided under the Petroleum Industry Act. The chairman of the Community Development Committees of the Niger Delta oil and gas producing areas, Joseph Abakiderima, said the initiative marks a new chapter of accountability and empowerment for oil-producing communities. Abakiderima noted that mechanisms have been established in collaboration with the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission and Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to ensure proper monitoring and utilization of funds. He said that the host communities had concluded community need assessment and developed strategic plans for project implementation across host areas. He urged the president to resist any attempt by political actors to wrestle control of the fund from local communities, warning that such interference would derail progress. According to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, the Host Community Development Trust Fund now stands at 373 billion naira, including 125 billion naira and $168 million contributed by all companies. The Commission said over 536 community development projects are currently underway, covering infrastructure, education, health, and environmental sustainability initiatives across the Niger Delta region. The Kebbi State government has approved 4 billion and 5 million naira for the rehabilitation of 7 general hospitals across the state to strengthen healthcare delivery. The approval was announced after the State Executive Council meeting chaired by Governor Nasir Idris in Birnin Kebbi. The State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice Alhaji Junaidu Marshall said the hospitals to benefit include those in Kambaza, Suru, Kamba, Dirindaji, Kangiwa, Koko, and Yari. He added that the rehabilitation aligns with the administration's goal of modernizing medical facilities and improving access to quality healthcare services. Marshall explained that 16 hospitals had already been renovated, including Agugu General Hospital, while others across Zaga, Zuru, Bunza, Goma, Bena, and Jega are either completed or undergoing upgrades. He said the governor aims to rehabilitate all 30 general hospitals before the end of his tenure. Beyond infrastructure, the council also approved 570 million naira for the Kebbi Contributory Healthcare Management Agency to register 45,000 vulnerable persons for affordable health care under the state social register. China has firmly defended its new export controls on rare earth minerals, dismissing accusations from the United States that the move amounts to a global supply chain power grab. Beijing stated that the restrictions, which are set to take effect on the 8th of November, were communicated to Washington in advance and are consistent with international practices. The controls cover 900 key items, far fewer than the over 3,000 listed under the United States export regulations. The tensions between both countries escalated after Washington expanded its export blacklist in September to include firms accused of bypassing existing trade restrictions. United States officials have warned that the latest Chinese measures could trigger the reintroduction of triple-digit tariffs on Chinese goods, echoing past trade disputes. However, Beijing insists the steps are a legitimate exercise of sovereignty aimed at securing strategic resources vital for high-tech manufacturing. Now, global oil prices rose nearly 1% earlier today after United States President Donald Trump announced that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi had agreed to stop importing crude oil from Russia. Brent crude increased by 56 cents to $62.47 per barrel, while United States West Texas Intermediate climbed to 58 cents to $58.87. The move aimed at cutting Moscow's energy revenues and increasing diplomatic pressure over the Ukraine war could further tighten global supply. India, which currently relies on Russia for about 1/3 of its oil import, stated that its main priorities remain maintaining stable prices and securing energy availability. While some Indian refiners are preparing gradually to reduce Russian imports, New Delhi did not confirm Trump's claim. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom has imposed fresh sanctions on Russia's leading energy companies Rosneft and Lukoil, targeting over 40 vessels and several oil terminals linked to restricted crude exports. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, Souk News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. We connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to Souk News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At Souk News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. Souk News TV, powered by FEMWASH Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. Souk News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time.
say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of Standard Trust Bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were earned from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, the first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player
in the global financial arena?
As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tunisian Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien. Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon. Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout memories, I think I would say that I
like to jog on the spot. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the backyard. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side did not survive. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa on News Television, your window into the continent's business, economy, and development stories. Here we break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and track the forces shaping Africa's future. I am Umivi Idolor, and I am not here alone. Olumide is in the studio with me. Hello, Olumide.
Good morning, good afternoon, welcome to Just Africa. Good morning and welcome, good afternoon, good evening, wherever continent you are. Welcome to Just Africa.
Yeah, so across Africa, girls continue to face barriers in accessing quality, inclusive education, leadership opportunities, and holistic personal development. As a matter of fact, UNESCO estimates that over 30 million girls of primary school age are out of school, with many more lacking access to guidance, counseling, mentorship, and life skills programs. So, in the spirit of the International Day of the Girl Child, our focus today will be on how targeted programs in education, mentorship, and life skills can empower African girls to reach their full potential, empowering African girls through inclusive education, life skills, and leadership. Inclusive education, Lumide.
Yes, inclusive education.
Now, you know, most times people just feel that it's still a cultural thing to a very large extent, that the girl shouldn't have same access to education or same access to quality education as the boy child. But we keep hearing them saying that when you educate a girl, you educate a community. So I don't know how we will be able to put this statement side by side. If you are depriving someone access to quality education and you are saying educating the girl is educating the community, how do you explain that to someone that is being deprived?
Well, for far too long, I think the way we were brought up, the men, we believe, to fend for the family, while the women takes care of the house.
Yeah.
I remember during former president, late President Muhammad Buhari's administration, when he said his wife belongs to the room, to the kitchen. You know, it was funny, but it was another way of trying to give us a picture. I would not say it's a realistic picture, but it was based on a generation passed down knowledge that, okay, the women are supposed to be situated to a particular sector. Even now that women have, you know, been gainfully employed, they have, you know, entered different sectors. But if you look at the roles that women are hired for, it's still, we're not there yet. I can say we're 60%. Customer service, they are there. Marketers, they are there. But the real nitty-gritty, where you get your hands really dirty, you don't really find women there. You know, very few. You start, you know, like for instance, seeing a female driver, bus driver. It sounds strange, but women are doing it now. The same with tricycles, motorcycles. You see a woman, you know, sewing. Now, sewing, it has become They've penetrated into that.
A very long time ago.
They penetrated. So other like mechanics, truck drivers, these are areas where I feel it should not be gender biased. Women should actually have access to everything a man has, and I think it starts from the parents. Groom your children equally. Yes. Don't say, oh, the men do this. I've seen, growing up for us, we were doing things in the kitchen. Yeah. It wasn't just the females. We were all apportioned to each chores. No one was superior than the others. Now, if you now look at women hawking, young girls hawking, it's quite sad. I know in some homes you go to school, then after school you go and do whatever you need to do. But there are still some of these young girls that are hawking, which is not good, and they are prone to the underworld. When I mean the underworld, they are prone to all these miscreants doing whatever they want to do with them. I met a young girl who, according to her, she misplaced money. And she approached me and she was begging me that she needed money. I said, okay, no problem. And I gave her. Now, imagine if she approached the wrong person. So it's quite interesting.
I love the fact that you mentioned some roles whereby the women are pushed aside. I don't know if you've taken, looked closely at the advertisement agencies. Yes. You will notice that when we talk about bosses, CEOs, DGs, you will never see women come up, or you barely see women as the one taking the lead role in those adverts. You mostly see men. But when it comes to advertising household utensils, food ingredients, and the likes, of course, you see women. Well, they coming up more often. So I feel, personally, that not using women in such roles, when you want to advertise something, you want to talk about a boss, you want to talk about this, and you are not bringing in the faces of women, you are indirectly still pushing the women aside.
Well, true, yeah. But the funniest thing, I think two of the places where I've worked, I worked under a female boss. In fact, one of the places where I worked, she personally asked me, do you have a problem with a female boss? I said, no, I'm not that kind of person. Because I believe in equal rights. Yes. When I mean equal rights. So the major thing now is, I know, yes, there's this bill that is pushing for more representation in the green chambers and the red chambers. Sure. That's a good one. Let's continue like that to push not just women, the girl child. Let's continue to push them. Let's make them have this belief that it is not all, oh, you're getting married after university. Yeah. You can go after your master's, your PhD, your professor. Anything you want to do, you can actually do it. Marriage should not come immediately after or even before education.
I love what Olumide said. Now, marriage shouldn't, you don't push the girl child into marriage immediately after education, after graduation from the university. It's coming from a man. So he's also lending his voice into this campaign, saying that the girl child should be educated. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, you'll meet our guest who is going to drive us in the right direction in this conversation. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events. A special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it. And business support services tailored for small enterprises. Soap News TV, powered by FEMWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. Soap News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. You can follow us on all social media platforms at News Television. Please like, share, comment, and of course, some of your comments will be read live on this show. So today, we are having a conversation on empowering African girls through inclusive education, life skills, and leadership. Mary Akomu Bamikefa will be joining us to drive this conversation. She is the founder of Better Days Ahead Foundation, BDAF, and the executive director of Better Hills Coaching Academy and Better Hills School. She started her non-for-profit outreach, that's Better Days Ahead Foundation, at the age of 19 with the sole aim of rendering voluntary services to enhance a resilience of creative genius and practice of good values in young people, families, institutions, and nations to maximize the natural strength for self-leadership, purpose, and relevance while awaiting admissions into the university. She is a licensed guidance counselor with over a decade of experience. Her love for personal development has led to opportunities to work locally and internationally, including England, South Africa, Dubai, France, Ghana, and Cotonou. She is a member of the Chartered Institute of Corporate Mentoring and Coaching, Nigeria, a TRC and certified teacher, member of Gemstone Leadership Academy, led by Fela Durotoye, and a member of the Coalition of Women in Africa for Peace and Development, among others. Hello, are you there? Good afternoon to you. Can you hear us? Okay, please, you will just help us unmute your device so we can hear you as well.
Mary Bamkefa, are you there? Can you please unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly from here? I think she's having problems.
Yes. So before she unmutes her device, we're having this conversation about leadership, inclusive education, skills, and leadership.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if you remember, we had a guest here who wanted to go into, was it plumbing or something electrical? And she was told that you can't do that, go and join the HR team. Because it has been termed to be the kind of work that is meant for the guys. That job has been gender-based. She felt bad. And there are many girls out there that are going through this right now. There are girls, like what the UNESCO said, millions of girls are out of school. And in the northern part of this country, you also agree with me that girls that we consider as underage here are being forced into early marriage. Actually, I saw a video of that. Olumide, all I could say was, man, this is wickedness. This is wickedness. Depriving a child her rights to quality education. In fact, so education first is barbaric, let alone quality education. And I also understand there are policies that has been defending the girl child's rights, saying the girl should go to school, parents should let the girl go to school, parents, the society should let the girl child go to school, yet we are not seeing people being punished for these acts.
You know, it cuts across borders. There was a particular time in a particular country, women could not drive.
Yes.
There's a country where a woman cannot go into that country unaccompanied.
True.
There's also another country that for years, women didn't have access to education. They had to rescind that policy, that a woman can now have access to education. And they went back on that policy again. But let's have Ms. Mary Bamkefa. Welcome back.
Mary, can you hear us?
I think the network is getting the best of us.
Yes.
So it cuts across borders, policies, government. You know, we need to start seeing this thing differently. It's also mind-boggling that in 2025, women are advocating for more seats in the House of Assembly, whereas in other advanced countries, you see women. I mean, the likes of, what's her name in the United Kingdom, this lady that's always in the news, Badenoch. We need to have more of people like Kemi Badenoch.
Yes, I like the fact that you are citing wonderful women. Okay, Mary Bamkefa is back. Can you hear us now?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Yes, so we are talking about inclusive education, skills, and leadership for the girl child. So we want to go back to the very foundation where the myth started from, that the girl child shouldn't go to school. Because there's the saying that says, sending the girl child to school is like watering your neighbor's plants. So because the girl will eventually get married and change her name and whatever reasons, the girl child shouldn't be sent to school. How do we change this myth? How do we ensure that the girl child have access to quality education?
Thank you very much for having me once again. It's a pleasure. And, you know, I'm just so emotional reflecting on the topic and considering my own personal journey as an African child. Looking at the topic we are discussing on the empowerment of a girl child right to education, every child deserves to learn, a boy or a girl, but we all know that in Africa, there is this bias. And now, across Africa, girls still face this systemic barrier to accessing quality, inclusive education. And when I mean inclusive, I need to put into context that I'm even talking about children, individuals with additional needs. Because we all learn differently. We have situations where we have families, maybe a child is physically disabled. Let me put it the way it's, you know, the layman language. Yeah. The child has a disability, maybe not walking well, not talking well, maybe has autism, the needs are many. We see many situations where such children are being ostracized from the society. They hide them. While others go to school, they don't go to school. There's nothing wrong with these children because every child can learn if only we discover it. Now, on a general note, every girl child deserves to be seen, to be heard, and of course, to go to school because the classroom is not just about reading and writing. That is where the training of the leadership of a girl child starts. And just like the quote you started with, that when you train a girl, you're training the whole community because a girl child can always create that avenue, that space, that community, that environment, if they have been empowered, just like I have been empowered, to make sure that it doesn't end with me. Because we are naturals, we are naturally gifted to multiply. So every girl child has a multiplier effect. When from the home, from the family, the girl child voice is heard, the girl child is seen, the girl child is given opportunity just like the other gender, to learn. So that's what inclusion is for me in this context. And also for children with disability. Because in most cases, we see them sometimes on the streets. Some parents use them to beg for alms. It's like a pity party, pity me. No, 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 no. They are all deserving of education because they all have their rights and their dignity. So every child should learn. Every girl child, yes, should learn. And every girl child with disability should learn.
Okay, I love the fact that you made it clear. You made everyone to understand the importance of going to school or having a quality education. Now, the UNESCO just gave an estimate of about 30 million girls who are out of school. These girls are between the ages of, or they are around the primary school age, yet they are not in school. What are the economic or social factors that are responsible for these girls not being in school right now?
Awesome. Thank you for that question. First of all, I would like to say economic poverty. Because when families cannot provide enough resources for their children, it affects their education. Now, we have so many cultural expectations and gender norms. In some communities, girls are expected to do just home chores, which is not supposed to be. Some girls even are forced to marry early. And why some, even while schooling, they are under supervision. Like, we are watching you. We are just pitying you. We are just allowing you to go to school. It shouldn't be like that. It is their right. Every child deserves a right to education. Now, another point I would like to say to that UNESCO research is safety and distance. Sometimes, in some cases, we have lack of transport or distance schools, which discourages attendance. I grew up in a very humble background. My 12, number 5, Temipelu Street, I remember precisely. Even though we were privileged to attend one of the best schools in the estate, the house we lived, my parents had to make sure we lived moderate life so they could afford the kind of primary education I had. I attended Allen Children's School. And I remember attending there. It was an environment where we had so many houses. These were people that they are from the northern part of Nigeria. They don't really go to school. By the time a child is in a menstrual period, the second menstrual period, you are supposed to be doing it in your husband's house. So this is what I lived with, what I experienced. And that enabled me to, being in the community. I speak Hausa so well because I'd always loved children. When I come back from school, as our neighbors, I interact with them. I take on their children to do homeschooling for them, and just love upon them as neighbors. Because even their wives are not allowed to work. They are inside the house, either maybe cooking or taking care of the children. After that, that's all. The husband goes to market or Alaji goes to work. So their own belief is a woman is just meant to be at home, no other man, no other access to the general opportunity that the world has to offer. So you can imagine growing up in such an environment where I live in the morning and go to school joyfully and I'm back. So when I'm back, I call the children around to just try and share grace, teach them letters, teach them numbers, and it went on and on and on like that. Then I proceeded to my secondary school, Immaculate Heart Comprehensive High School. And thankfully, when I finished my primary school education, I was the head girl. And that position gave me a platform to speak because, on the assembly, we have opportunities to do debates, or maybe we're talking about teachers are better than lawyers or farmers, all of those opportunities. Yeah. These are leadership training skills because every child should be able to own their voice. Your voice is your power. Every child, every girl child especially, deserves to be heard, regardless of any culture. So for me, I would say this cultural barrier has been, and is still a very, very one that gives me so much concern. Proceeding to the my secondary school, Immaculate Heart Conference School, it was all good. I ended up being the head girl also. But another barrier that I see is just like we mentioned earlier, parenting. There's so much to parenting. There's so much to parenting because there's nothing as important as the conversation going on in a child's home. No matter how superb a school is, no matter how even the society, the government, the home is the first school. The home is the first safe space every child needs. The home is the first leadership training platform that every girl child needs, that your voice can be heard, that you are seen, and that, yes, your dreams are valid. You can be anything you want to become.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Mary. Earlier on, you mentioned, you touched the parts, girls with disabilities, and I want us to probe further. So how can inclusive educational program, specifically improve the outcomes for girls with disabilities?
I didn't get that, sir.
I said, how can inclusive educational programs specifically improve the outcome of girls with disabilities?
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Thank you for that question. So, inclusive education program can specifically improve outcomes for girls with disabilities by creating environments where accommodations are differentiated instructions. And what do I mean by this? So I'll make it practical what I did growing up in that area where my 12, where we have people with, Hausas can be, a lot of people with disabilities. Some could not see, some are handicapped. I don't know what happens in the north, but when they come to Lagos, we hear different stories. So I tried creating an environment where we use assistive technologies. And what do I mean by assistive technologies? It's not as something serious. Sometimes as simple as a phone, whereby maybe a video recorded lesson of myself when we're in class, and I just replay for them. So we can help create inclusive educational programs by creating differentiated instruction. And what I mean by differentiated instruction is that we have different types of learners. Some people are visual learners, learn when they see pictures, they learn when they see videos. I'm presently now in the UK, and people can join us. It's an inclusive word, it's a global village. So they can know that, okay, even if I can't go into the classroom, I can actually learn here where I am with my tablet or my laptop or a phone or flashcards, and of course, a book. I am always, an evangelist of reading book, because if we promote reading culture in our environment, from home, as a society, there is no limit where a girl child can travel to, because it starts from the mind. It starts from the mind. And that was how my parents brought me up. I grew up reading a lot of book. And one epiphany I had was in 2018, when I was privileged to travel to Ghana for a program. And I learned about, I have the copy of the book here with me, imagine since 2018. This is talking about Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The girl child should be aware that they have a right. You have a right to speak your opinion. You have a right to share your truth. You have a right to live the best of life. So it is not just meant for some kind of people. For some of us that, probably grew up from a very, very humble background, not like some children that grew up with serious privileges, going to top tier schools. But because of reading opened me up to the world, really helped me to know that, I can be anything I want to be. It might look as if there's a challenge now, but it is not really a challenge. It could just be a springboard. So we can create programs in the society, from home, at schools, to encourage the reading culture. Libraries, which I know the Lagos State government has been doing a lot about that, because where the school is situated, we have a library around. So we engage children, we encourage them. We even encourage parents, have a reading date. So that's one of the ways to encourage girl child, regardless of your background, regardless of your environment, regardless of your level of education. Reading is the cheapest form of self-learning. In fact, is the cheapest form of therapy, because reading opens up the mind. And education, like I tell everyone, is not just only degree. Education is the training of the mind to be open, open to see problems and open to create solutions.
All right.
Open to
Mary,
see that.
if I may come in now, you started BDF at 19 to empower young people. So how did your early experience inform your work, with girls' leadership and education?
Oh, wow. Thank you for that question. I was privileged to grow up in a faith-based family where my parents modeled leadership. So when they are telling me, don't tell lies, I see my dad, who is of blessed memory now, not telling lies. They gave us the value of hard work. And I see my dad work so hard, even when we didn't have so much money. I remember back then, the days I had to trek to school where we were living at myself. I trekked to Maryland, and I remember days where we would have to lap each other, like three of us in Molue, back then, those days. I remember when there was this scheme that government did to scholar bus, where we would have to buy tickets. So my parents modeled leadership for me. My father started mentoring me early because I'd always loved to talk as a child. I'm highly extroverted. And he would make me watch TV, watch, the news, and I would kind of demonstrate after whoever is casting the news, and that really inspired me. That built a picture, that gave me a mental picture that I can be anything I want to be. And like I said, education is just, is the way. The secondary school I attended, thank God for my teachers, because like the saying says that it takes a village to raise a child. So it wasn't just only my parents. My school did a lot. One of the teachers I can never forget was my CRS teacher, Mrs. Fashual, and I'm still in touch with her. And our principal of blessed memory, Mr. Bedehi, she's so strict. When you come late, they say, no, do things, tick says the clock, whatever you want to do. They taught us a lot in songs. And of course, I emerged as the head girl, which also gave me another responsibility, I know I can't just, do things anyhow, because I am someone of value like integrity, service, putting people first, wanting to create solutions when you see there are needs, just wanting to fill in the gap. So when I finished secondary school, then I had a setback. Getting admission into university became a problem, a challenge. First jam, second jam, third jam. It was traumatic. It was one of the darkest seasons of my life. But thank God for my parents. They created a safe space for me, always encouraging me. And of course, very prayerful. I grew up in the Deeper Life Church. I need to mention that because faith is part of the value in my own family. And in bringing up children, we need to also inculcate our own faith values in them, whatever religion we do, because I'm open-minded. I work with everyone, both Christians, Muslims, but that moment was very defining for me. And looking at the kind of environment I grew up in, we had Muslims, Hausas, mothers, living moms with children, and they give birth a lot. You can see someone that is 14 years old, by the time they are 25, already has 6 children, no plan, no future plan. All they do is just stay at home, keep giving birth. And so thankfully, we had a mosque just close to our house. There was this Alhaji Mr. Abdul Rashid, well-read. We used to have conversations, back then. And I just told him the idea I had that I have been teaching these children in my house, in our parlor. in one-room apartment anyways, to put into context, number 5, Tenifeli Street at myself back then. And if you see what they could do, I showed him, and I called, I remember Maria so much well. Maria is hard of hearing, what we say, deaf. So I didn't even know sign language. But because of the warmth and the love and the connection, we could communicate. And because he's also someone that is open, and that is where education comes in. Education is not just schooling. It's opening of the mind to think, to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And it is cooperation, collaboration. I started BIDAF in the building that the mosques had for the Arabic school. So
thank you very much, Mary. Thank you so much for that. Okay, I love the fact that you talked about your failure and the little struggle you had before gaining admission into the university. And these are some of the challenges some young girls are facing out there right now. The moment they fail a test or they fail a project, they see it as the end of the world. Like, what else can I do? And we have even seen parents threatening their children. If you fail this WAEC, if you fail this JAM, that is the end of your life. That is the end of education for you. I'm not going to waste my money on someone who doesn't have brain and all that. Uses some derogatory words to use some derogatory words on the girl child. So my question now is, how do we, being a guidance counselor, professionally trained for that matter, how do you encourage a child, a girl child, that failure is not the end of her life?
Absolutely. Failure, in fact, is part of life. Because, like I always tell myself, when there is any challenge, life is not perfect. And I think, as a guidance counselor, we need to, or we try to create a safe space whereby everyone, a boy child, a girl child, life happens, where we can be able to process our emotions. Because take it or leave it, life happens. There will always be pain, like we say, not every day is a good day, but there is something good about every day. So in answering that question, what we try to do is, first of all, create a connection. Let them feel safe. Because when a child feels safe, the child can tell you as it is. The child can come to you, hey, mom, this is what happened. And even when parents, because, it starts from the home, a child that probably fails JAM or fails, sometimes it went viral online, a child that went to commit suicide because he or she failed in WAEC or so. And I told myself, if the parents were actually supportive enough, maybe that wouldn't have happened. That was avoidable. So if we create small safe spaces for girls especially, because, generally girls can always be, our voice is always as if, don't say, endure, hold it, the culture of shame, look at you. No, we should try to create safe spaces where, when life happens, when there are setbacks, when we have failure, we should be able to turn that pain into gain.
Yes.
And how do we help them to turn their pain into gain? Through mentorship, through coaching, and of course, self-discovery. Because sometimes setback could be a way life is trying to redirect you to say, okay, can you look inward? Okay, what can I do at this time? Okay, what is life teaching me? Okay, what can I make out of this? Because that's what I do. And every time maybe I try to do a project and it doesn't, I just tell myself, no, I'm not going to waste this pain. I'm not going to waste this time. And also helping children to learn early that time is the greatest currency of life that we have. So no time is ever wasted.
Yeah.
No time is ever wasted.
No time is ever wasted. I like that statement. Thank you very much, Mary Akomu. So I want to go further. You talked about learning from the home, learning from what they see, learning from what they hear. I want to move a little to our movie industry, because we learn a lot. Girls, boys, they learn a lot from movies. And one thing we've seen, our movies have portrayed men as superheroes. Most of the movies. Though we've seen some foreign movies that have projected women, but 1 out of 10, or maybe out of 20, thereabouts. So there is this notion that when you talk about superheroes right now, we only talk, it has to be a male character, which has made the woman to always be the... it does not necessarily have to be a woman, or women are not superheroes. But this history has it that women can actually be superheroes. So in this situation, our movie industry, music industry, what do you think they need to do to ensure that our movies also portray women to be great people in our society, which can also end up building self-confidence for the girl child?
Awesome. Thank you very much for this question. And it's just so obvious from what you said, but what I would say to that introduction is they should give girls, women roles to showcase their talents. Because if you have not given me this platform to talk, to share my story, to give my voice to the girl child, nobody would hear, about me on your platform. So I would say thank you once again, and that for our media spaces should be more intentional to give every woman a chance. Let's put out content that also promotes inclusion. Let's stop this barrier, this bias of it must be a man, it must be a girl, if you are not married, if you don't, no. We should be much more open-minded. Let's nurture, especially the young ones, our upcoming generation, future leaders. We should give them platforms. Maybe during auditions, I know it's not easy sometimes they call for audition and you see a whole lot of, people going, and there should be more of such opportunities so that girls can show up. Because when they know, oh, there's a platform for me to, it helps them to harness their potential, because we are all gifted and we all can. Yes, a boy child can, a girl child can. So our media spaces should be more inclusive and more open-minded. Just try. I mean, you just never can tell what a woman would do. I remember a movie, was it Achalugo or something, that Bam Bam did, and everybody was like, oh, wow, she killed it. She did. Imagine she was not given that opportunity. So just give us the opportunity. I mean, we will do more than you can even, we will exceed your expectations. So this is a plea to our media spaces to please give us space. Let women breathe. Let the girl child breathe. Give us opportunity.
Okay, yes, let the girl child breathe.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mary Van Kefa. Let's talk about Bethel Coaching Academy. How does Bethel Coaching Academy, how does it prepare, girls to be socially responsible, confident, and of course, economically empowered rather?
A signature program combining clarity coaching with skill building workshops. Then we also have internships for undergraduates. Yeah, we have internships for them so that they can, school is sometimes more of theory, so they can get to come in and practicalize what they are actually learning, to have hands-on learning. Then also entrepreneurial training, just like, by also what I said earlier on, mentoring them and guiding them to ensure that there are times where you fail in life. I share my story. I mean, I've not had it all easy. There have been so many setbacks, but we keep moving. So through BDAF, we are able to encourage them to own their voices, take responsibility, discover and create solutions, because the opportunities are just numerous. And also we design social projects that aligns with their passion, so they can create impact. Let's say, for instance, anyone who loves to be in the media or who loves to talk, just like your platform like this, let me use this to say, will you be willing to help if we send any one of them for internship?
Send them here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you in advance. So that's part of what we do to empower the generationers and make sure that every girl child owns their voice and they become all that they can be.
All right, so now with your vast knowledge and experience across the continent, what policy reforms and incentives, policy reforms and incentives, what policy reforms and incentives are needed, to expand the girls' access to inclusive and quality education?
Awesome. Wonderful question. Sincerely, I'm a Nigerian and I have, I tell people my blood is so green. I love Nigeria so much. Oh my God. And in answering this question, I would say, there should be grants. There should be more opportunity, more funding for families of girls, especially with disability. Because this is a very big barrier. We have so many foundations, faith-based organizations, corporate, doing so much, but it's not enough. So we need a lot and more of grants to help families with girls with disability. Then I want to make a plea that mandated inclusion standards should be a norm. And accountability in schools, because you hear parents say their child, is in a school, supposedly inclusive school, but the child is, when they are doing things, the child is not included. Maybe when they are going for excursion, the child is left in class. A lot of things happen. So there should be that system for accountability. Then also, I think there should be incentives for schools adopting inclusive practices. Because if you ask me, it has not been easy. There are some times when parents come and they see that, oh, you mean my daughter will be in the class with that girl that uses a wheelchair or something? They just withdraw. Like they withdraw, they don't, they take their child away. It's fine, it's a policy, we are open about it. We let them know from day one, this is a faith-based, Christian, inclusive learning environment. So if you're not comfortable, it's fine. It's we respect everybody's opinion, but I think the world we live in is an inclusive world, because in the real world itself, nobody goes to bank and says because you're on a wheelchair, we will collect money from you, or you can't. No, it shouldn't be that way. So I look forward to a society. I look forward to an environment where government, people, everyone, because first of all, inclusion is a mindset. So everyone has that mindset that we all have equal rights. If I can, you can. It's just a little challenge, and that challenge can actually be a springboard. So when there are platforms, when there are grants, when there are supports, and of course, school environment that are inclusive indeed and in kind, that do not think maybe they are doing a family a favor. You're not doing any child a favor because you're schooling them because of their disability. You're actually rendering a service. And I think government too can do better to have inclusive, not just, real inclusive environments where these children can learn the way they learn, where we give them the proper educational support system that they have, so they can also emerge and become all that they can be. Because in every disability, there is an ability. So not every disability is just a story case story. We have a lot of children that has emerged and are still emerging. One which I love to tell her story is Tobilo Bajayi, my partner. She's the founder of the Let Cerebral Palsy Kids Learn. She's a survivor of cerebral palsy, a lawyer. In fact, masters in the UK in a profession. So imagine if our parents did not push against all odds, because I kid us not, it has not been an easy ride. People.
Okay, Mrs. Mary, we need you to just give your final words to one girl that is watching right now, who is still being held back due to one reason or the other. She's being denied access to education, but she still has faith in herself that someday, somehow, maybe just by watching this program, she will be back to school. A word of encouragement.
Your voice matters. You are enough. remember that if Mary from my 12, despite all odds, can make it and I'm still not relenting. I stayed at home for a good 3 years before I gained admission to university. And against all odds, I emerged the first female president. I told myself I would live celebrated, and I did. I grew up, my parents not traveling, I'm not going for vacation. But yeah, I am today on vacation, speaking to you from London. I am saying your dreams are valid. Go for your dream. Put yourself in an environment where you are nurtured, where you are inspired, where you can be guided. And remember, we fall down, but we get up. Failure is part of success. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us on today's show.
Thank you for having
so much. And I hope when we call for you again, you'll be available for us.
Absolutely. And we're also coming for internship. Thank you.
All right. We'll be talking to Mary Bami Kefa. I hope I pronounced that right. She is the founder of Better Days Ahead Foundation, Executive Director, Better Hills Coaching Academy and Better Hills School. She started her non-profit outreach, Better Days Ahead Foundation, when she was just 19 years old. So that means anybody can actually do anything. If she started at 19, it means she can actually do anything.
It's quite amazing when I read her profile and to find out that she started her work at 19. It must have been quite interesting. And one of the things that attributed that early start was her parents.
Yes.
She said it herself, her mom, her dad made her watch TV at a very early age. She was watching news. She was mimicking them. She was, you know, she was quite, that's inclusive education right there from her home. And I think that's where it should start. Inclusive education should not just leave it. You know, we have parents who, both the mom and the dad, they have a 9 to 5 and, you know, they're out of the house and they just leave everything to the school. Some even go as far as hiring lesson teachers. Some even put their children in boarding schools. And that's all. And the school is left to nurture your child, especially females. You know, it's quite interesting. But we're getting there. It's a very good thing she shared. I like how she talked about grant. I liked how the fact she stressed about women or girls with disabilities, they need to be supported because that's one area where we can actually empower them.
In fact, empowering the girl child is actually not a waste. So we really hope our conversation today will encourage policymakers, educators, parents and communities to invest in girls' education and development, promote inclusive and gender-sensitive learning environments, and cultivate a generation of African girls who are empowered, resilient, and ready to contribute meaningfully to the society. The broader goal is a behavioral shift toward prioritizing girls' rights, education, and leadership development across African communities. Okay, right now we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we will be coming with the second segment of Just Africa. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souk News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souk News, okay? Stay updated with Souk News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souk News and stay glued to Souk News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souk News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the program where we explore bold ideas shaping the continent's growth and its place in the world. Africa's public health systems have long focused on infectious diseases, often neglecting oral health, a critical but underestimated component of well-being. The World Health Organization, WHO, reports that over 70% of children and 90% of adults in low and middle-income African countries suffer from untreated dental decay or gum disease. Poor oral hygiene, a lack of access to affordable dental care, and limited awareness contribute to pain, absenteeism, malnutrition, and increased risk of systemic illnesses like diabetes, cardiovascular diseases. Our topic for today, or this segment, is Africa's oral health crisis. Why healthy smiles mean a healthier continent. Now, joining us to unpack this robust topic is Dr. Farouk Adebiyi, a dentist, an oral health advocate, founder, Smile Royal Dental Home, medical doctor, trust you, and so glad to have you up. But of course, I have Onyipriye Krumale joining us this afternoon. So glad to have you, Onyipriye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so glad to have you, Dr. Adebiyi Farouk.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Now, through Smile Royal Home Dental Home, it promotes simple and affordable daily habits like brushing twice daily and all that. So the first question I would like to ask you is, the WHO recently, described oral health as a silent epidemic. How serious is this situation in Africa?
Thank you so much again, once again, for inviting me to the show. So the reason why WHO actually said it's a silent epidemic, the word silent there basically means that the way dental infections and dental diseases actually work is the fact that they actually start in a very silent way. You will not even notice. This thing can happen. You might have a dental issue that has been there for like two years, 3 years, until probably the fourth year, you now start seeing symptoms. And that's why it's called a silent epidemic. So it's possible that if you actually look at every 10 people in Africa, every 10 people, amongst those 10, at least 6 to 7 people would have dental issues, 6 to 7 people. And that's why it's called a silent epidemic, and it's very, very serious. Because at the end of the day, what actually happens is that most people end up losing their teeth. And some people even lose their life, from dental issues. But most people don't know this. So that's why it's called a silent epidemic.
All right. Now, one would often say, growing up, I heard that brushing twice daily increases lifespan. Can you explain the science behind this connection?
Okay, so the concept behind brushing twice daily increasing your lifespan is the fact that, as I said earlier, that some people actually lose their life from dental issues. Dental issues like cavities, like toothache. So when people say, I'm having toothache, it means that you have a dental infection. It means you have a tooth decay. And that tooth decay can result in a more severe dental infection, which can be life-threatening. And what I mean by life-threatening is the fact that it's something that if it's not taken care of in the space of hours, the person can lose his or her life. So imagine you having something that you can do that can help to increase your lifespan, like brushing your teeth twice daily. So imagine you brush your teeth twice daily, which helps to prevent you from having dental cavities like tooth decay and everything whatsoever, even gum diseases whatsoever. In the long run, you actually increase your lifespan. But imagine you're there, you're listening, you're watching, and you don't brush your teeth twice daily. Some people even forget to brush your teeth. I've seen patients whereby they actually forget to brush your teeth. They'll tell me that, doctor, there was a video I watched that said, what do you call it? I don't need to brush my teeth. All I don't need to do is just rinse my mouth and eat whatsoever. And these patients come to the clinic, and I noticed that they have several severe dental issues, which are issues that can result in them losing their life, but they don't know this. But they feel like it's not really necessary for me to brush my teeth twice daily, or it's not really necessary for me to even brush my teeth every single day, which is totally wrong. So that's why it's very important that you know that, okay, brushing your teeth twice daily can actually increase your lifespan. Brushing your teeth twice daily can result in you having infections that can result in a person even dying. So that's why it's very important.
Thank you very much. Okay, the part that is very, very scary is what you just mentioned, that toothache can lead to death. Now, could you please explain that Because the reason why I'm asking is because I know of someone who went to a dentist, to an hospital, for them to remove the teeth, the tooth that's actually disturbing. And they were not professionals, or they are professionals from the building and from the name of the hospital. But when they carried out what they were supposed to do to remove the teeth or the tooth, they were only able to remove the part that is sticking out. The other part of the tooth that is sunk into the gum, they couldn't, remove that, and the pain was some sort of unbearable. How can this be done? And how can one get access to the right people that will be able to treat issues such as that?
Oh, okay. Okay, so let me try to break down what actually happened. And thank God you actually said that what they did was that they took out only the part that the person can see and they left the other part. And that's because that person that did it is a quack. The person does not understand the concept behind tooth extractions or tooth anything whatsoever that has to do with oral health. So one thing I usually advise people to do is, if you have a dental issue, don't listen to what people are telling you around, like you are listening to your neighbors, or who will say, all you need to do is just put acid there, or who will say, just put something there, it will relieve you. All those things don't work. What you need to do is see a dentist. And the best way you can actually see a dentist is you going to an hospital, going to a clinic, walking into a clinic, not you just going randomly along the road and you just see someone that tells you, I can do it, and you just go there and you get it sorted out. No, see a dentist, go to an hospital. If the hospital does not have a dentist, they would refer you to a dentist, because the thing about it is that when they actually take out that part, so what you're talking about was the fact that they only took out the part that the person can see, and that part they took out is just the crown, and the tooth is made up of the crown and also the roots. So what they actually left inside is the roots, and that roots is where we have the living tissue, where we have the pulp, where we have the living tissue, where we have the blood supply, the nerves, and everything whatsoever. So that infection is actually even more in that particular area. So you just taking out the crown alone would definitely not solve the issue. So when people are having dental issues, you're having pain, you're having anything whatsoever, it's advisable for you to go to an hospital. Don't just go randomly online on TikTok or one social media and just see one person. Even if you feel like, this person is a dentist, ensure you do your own personal research to be sure that, this person is actually a professional. Because to be very honest, when it comes to dental health worldwide, in Africa worldwide, I've noticed that there are a lot of quacks everywhere, not just Africa alone, everywhere. There are a lot of quacks everywhere. So that's why it's very important for you to do your own personal research. So that's it.
All right. Okay, fine. I'm glad that you just referenced the fact that we have quacks. But how there's a regulatory body, even among I don't know if I'm going to call them the Nigerian Medical Association or the Nigerian Medical body generally. Yes, yeah. There should be a body that regulates the people who have the qualification to practice and the ones who do not have the qualification to practice, and how they are being monitored to make sure that their practice does not go contrary to the specification. How can we sanitize the system?
Oh, okay. So I think the best way to sanitize the system actually is more on the government, actually, because over time, for like months now, I've noticed that even medical doctors and dentists, we come online and say, we've noticed that there are a lot of quacks everywhere, and we actually call out on the Medical and Dental Association to come and checkmate all these things. And one thing we usually get back from the Medical and Dental Association is that they tell us that, their only purpose is to checkmate medical and dental professionals. Their purpose is not to look out for quacks whatsoever. So I think when it comes to looking out for quacks, looking out for people that are not professionals that are doing dental things whatsoever, that thing has to come directly from the government. So I think the government needs to actually create a policy or probably create a body that will checkmate these things. Because at the moment, I don't think there's anybody, because very honest, there are a lot of them we see online, even we medical doctors and dentists, we see them everywhere. But in as much as we call our Medical and Dental Association, they cannot do much because because their own body is not to checkmate those people that are not professionals. Their own is just checkmate professionals. We show that, yes, professionals are doing the right thing, they are passing the right information, and they're doing the right treatments. So I think I think it boils down to the government creating a policy or a body that will checkmate or what they call it, like you actually checkmates people that are not professionals from doing dental things whatsoever.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Farouk. So what are the common dental problems you see among Nigerians, and why are they so prevalent?
All right, so when it comes to the most common dental issues we see among Nigerians, Africa in general, is toothache. Toothache is the most common, which everybody knows. Some people in Yoruba, some people call it akoko, which is more of like worms in the teeth and all. That's the most common. The other one is also bad breath. So I would start with toothache and bad breath. And the reason why it's so common is the fact that there's what we call a post-seeking health behavior amongst Africans, amongst Nigerians, amongst everybody in the whole world. It's more like most people don't tend to seek health health practitioners until they have a serious health issue. Let me use toothache as an example. So toothache, when someone has toothache, it means that the person has a hole or person has a dental decay, a tooth decay in their teeth. And that hole starts very tiny. It starts very small. It can start. So let's say you have a tooth, what do you call it? If you have a tooth decay, that probably just starts. Let's say today, you would actually not know that you actually have a tooth decay because you actually start very tiny. And that tooth decay over time, it's just like you having a block and you break that block. What happens is that that point that you broke it in that block will actually create like a space around that block, and like over time, that space will keep on expanding and expanding. That's what actually happens with what they call with tooth decay. So over time, that hole that's been created will keep on expanding and expanding over time, and probably in years whatsoever, the person will notice that, oh, I'm having pain. And when the person sees the dentist and the person telling them, that this thing I actually noticed like 2 weeks ago. But the dentist will tell you that no, this thing has been there. And that's because most people actually have a poor seeking health behavior, whereby they don't seek health, like health practitioners. That is, you don't go for regular checkup, you don't brush your teeth twice daily, and you don't even go to a dentist so they can help you clean your teeth. It's what we call scaling and polishing. So scaling and polishing is a procedure. So it's more like a preventive procedure to help prevent you from having dental issues like toothache, like bad breath whatsoever. And now putting bad breath in the equation. So the most common cause of bad breath is poor oral hygiene. Poor oral hygiene does not necessarily mean that a person is not brushing their teeth. Person can be brushing their teeth twice daily, but still have poor oral hygiene. Poor hygiene actually entails the fact that you have what we call plaque. Plaque is what we call bacteria, food particles, all those things all joins together. And when we brush our teeth, what we take out is plaque. But usually we cannot take out everything. We can only take out 90%. And the remaining 10% over time, they build up. And when they keep on building up like that, it's more like they're building up of bacteria. And there are some bacteria in the mouth that the only thing they do in the mouth is to cause bad breath. So they feed on sugar and they release a substance that brings out bad breath. And when we realize I'm having bad breath, I notice that I might be smelling, my mouth is smelling here and there. But you actually don't know the cause. That's why it's very important for you to go see a dentist, go to an hospital, go for checkup. It's very important. And we dentists really advise that everyone is supposed to see a dentist at least twice in a year for a checkup, so we can check if you don't have any hole that has started. And if there's an hole that has started, we'll do what we need to get it fixed by filling it up before it gets to something that is actually really worse and will make you spend more money. So I think that's.
All right, I want us to touch further on this bad breath because, in this part of our climate, even in workplaces, and I like the fact that you said that you could brush your teeth twice daily and still have bad breath. So it's not a situation whereby it's not always the case that, you did not brush in the morning or you don't brush twice a day. But besides seeing a dentist twice a year, what are some of the things that one can do to prevent bad breath? Chewing gum, mouthwash, are these things advisable to use?
All right, so I'll start by saying that today is World Food Day, and we usually advise, as dentists, we usually advise people to ensure they eat balanced diet, ensure you eat foods that actually contain fiber. And if by any chance you probably need to take anything that has sugar, let's say you're probably taking juice, fruit juice, whatsoever, usually advisable you take them during mealtime. And the reason why you're taking them during mealtime is the fact that when we are eating, what happens is that there's a release of saliva, a lot of saliva in our mouths. And that saliva helps to buffer the mouth. That is, it helps to keep the mouth in a calm state, whereby bacteria in the mouth cannot function. But imagine you're taking things that contain sugar not during mealtime, means that what do you call it, like one way or the other, that your mouth is actually going to be very acidic and it will actually result in what do you call it, bacterial activities increase whatsoever. So that's that. Then okay, so when it now comes to bad breath, what are the things that people can do? Usually, in as much as you brush your teeth twice daily, I usually advise, and we dentists in Nigeria in particular, I usually advise that you use a toothpaste that contains fluoride. And the reason why you're using a toothpaste that contains fluoride is the fact that the word fluoride actually, what do you call it, and basically what it does is that it helps to prevent you from having dental cavities. It helps to strengthen your teeth. It also helps to reduce the activity of bacteria in the mouth, and it also gives you fresh breath. Usually, most people feel like, oh, okay, all I need to do is just use a mouthwash whatsoever. Usually, mouthwashes don't actually cure their bad breath, but most people don't know this. Mouthwashes don't cure bad breath. What it does basically do, it just give you a temporary relief for just a few periods, and that's that. After that particular period has gone, that bad breath actually comes back. So the most important thing is you do what? Brush your teeth twice daily and see a dentist for this cleaning. I spoke about scaling and polishing. So scaling and polishing usually helps people that actually have bad breath. So if you are someone that you're probably watching and you notice that you have bad breath and you've never gone to clean your teeth before, it's very likely for you to have bad breath. Also, if you're someone that one way or another, you probably have cavity, you notice that some part of your teeth are actually kind of broken, you have a hole whatsoever, you are most likely going to have bad breath. And the reason is that these bacteria in the mouth, we have several bacteria in the mouth. There are some that the only function is to cause cavities. Some the only function is to cause gum diseases, while some the only function is to cause bad breath. So imagine you have the bacteria already that actually cause bad breath in your mouth, and you also have a cavity. In that cavity, the bacteria that actually cause bad breath will also be in that same cavity. So imagine if that cavity stays there whatsoever, in as much as you brush your teeth twice daily, even 1 million times, you are still going to have that bad breath. That's why it's very important for you to do what see a dentist. Mouthwashes don't cure bad breath; they only give you a temporary relief. And when it comes to chewing gum, the purpose of chewing gum is more of like it's just to kind of like increase the saliva in your mouth. Basically, that's basically what it does, and it also kind of helps to like ensure that your mouth is not dry. Because usually, when someone's mouth is dry, you are most likely you would most likely actually have bad breath because dryness of the mouth actually results in bad breath. It's just like someone that is fasting. Anybody that is fasting is likely going to have bad breath, and that bad breath is actually a normal breath. It's actually normal, and that's it's actually normal. So if you are taking gums, I usually advise that you take a sugar-free gum, not gums that contain sugar. Take sugar-free gums. That sugar-free gum can only help you during the day, just for you to chew it to help to like stimulate saliva production in your mouth, so your mouth is not dry and you have bad breath whatsoever. And also, if you don't want to take chew gum, like sugar-free gum, you should also at least have a bottle of water close to you where you can just take a sip just to what do you call it, like moisturize your mouth, so just to ensure that yes, your mouth is not dry, which can result in you having bad breath. So please just ensure you drink water, like keep on drinking water. Don't stop drinking water. Water does not have any harm whatsoever. So I think that's what people need to know. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to bad breath, the first thing we dentists usually want to do is that we want to know the cause of that bad breath. From the cause, then we want to treat. There are other things that can cause bad breath, which can be probably a stomach disease whatsoever. But usually, the most common cause of bad breath is poor oral hygiene, and that's why you need to see a dentist.
Okay, thank you very much. I think let me take you to the area where we need to start talking about finance and insurance and dental care. And so let me ask this question. In most insurance products, you find it very, very difficult to have the product that has dental care as part of the health medical benefits that you should get, like going to the hospital for routine dental checks. Most of the insurance products that we have do not have it. So most times, even when people have insurance for health, it excludes dental care and some other medical cares because they are different categories. And that has made people to, involve into paying out of pocket whenever they have issues with their dentition or they're having toothache and all of that. How can we solve that problem?
Okay, so when it comes to health insurance, usually something that we've noticed, even as dentists, when patients come to the clinic and they want to use their insurance, and by the time we check their insurance, we notice that they are not covered by what they call it, for dental care. Yeah, so basically what needs to happen actually needs to start with awareness, dental awareness. People need to understand that, oh, dental care is actually very important, because most of these insurance companies don't really see it as what do you call it, like people don't feel like dental care is actually really important. And it is actually very important. So they actually don't pay a lot of attention to that. So awareness is the first thing that we need to do. Then the second thing we also need to do is more of like the government needs to create policies whereby they ensure that, oh, for every health insurance, you ensure that dental care is actually put into that particular insurance. And the thing with dentistry that actually kind of affects the whole thing is the fact that dentistry worldwide is actually expensive. And I feel like most of these insurance companies probably just feel like, oh, okay, because it's expensive, this and this, we might not want to put it in this particular insurance whatsoever. But I feel like if the government actually kind of like come in the sense that when it comes to the health insurance scheme whatsoever, they ensure that the dental segments or categories actually kind of like subsidize for people, because usually dental care can be really, really expensive. And that's why we usually tell people that prevention is better than cure, because that's why it's very important for you to always brush your teeth twice daily. So when it comes to the financial aspect, I think it's just the government that doesn't need to create policies whereby these policies helps to like kind of like reduce the burden of dental care, and also reduce the and also and again policies that has to do with importing dental materials, because dental materials usually are not made in Nigeria. They actually are usually imported. And imagine you're importing something outside the country. So if policies can be made whereby these materials that are coming into the country are actually coming into the country in a subsidized amount, definitely the dental care system is actually going to reduce, in the sense that most people will be able to even afford it. And one way or the other, even health products whatsoever would actually, health insurance products would actually, one way or the other, put dental care, and they will actually ensure that people's dental care actually put in check whatsoever. So I think that thing is more centered around policy changes, from the government.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. I think you took the words out of my mouth when you started talking about the dentistry industry. And that's where the products and equipment in Africa's dental product market, from toothbrushes to fluoride to toothpaste and diagnostic tools, are estimated to be over $1.3 billion annually. Yet 80% of these are imported into the country, and it's not encouraging for local manufacturers to take this into, the local market is complete disarray because of the import. Now, if we're talking about government policy addressing all these, the Dental Practitioners Association, the Nigerian Medical Association Disciplinary Committee, apart from being an association, they're almost like a civil society organizations. Don't they prefer policy directive through the Ministry of the Minister of Health to the government, where it can be adopted and things can change? Because right now, as we see, renewable energy, we are beginning to have assembly plants here in Nigeria. Can't we have, through the association, influence government policy where we can start having those plants, or those, so that we can start manufacturing these tools and these equipment here in the country?
Yeah, all these things are actually very possible. They are usually very possible, but the thing is just that it's more of like a lack of awareness. I feel like when the awareness is actually increased, so imagine you have over 2,000 dentists. Every single time and then on social media, they're always calling the government, telling them about, oh, dental care is very important, this and this, every single time and then. Definitely the awareness is going to increase. But if you check online, you will only see a few people actually talking about dental care.
Sorry, just a moment. Just a moment.
Yeah.
You know the Minister of Health, Mr. Ali Pate, or any other person that occupies that position should have a direct link with the medical association in the country, most especially the medical. If they do, then that's a good channel for us to bring those policies to life.
Yeah, they do, because I know of the National Dental Association. They actually create policies that has to do with dental products like toothpaste and also toothbrushes. But when it comes to other products like diagnostic products whatsoever, I don't think I don't think there have been policies that happens to be more of like they actually help to like produce these particular things in Nigeria, or one way or the other reduce the cost of these things that are coming into Nigeria. I don't think there are policies that have been created so that at the moment it's just policies that has to do with the toothpaste that comes to Nigeria, the toothbrushes, whatsoever, because they definitely go through the process of National Dental Association. They do go through that process, and because definitely there's a link between the ministers, dental association, whatsoever. So I think other policies need to be created that would help to reduce the burden of dental care, because I feel like when the burden of materials is actually reduced to the most minimal amount, definitely the burden of the dental care in terms of financial burden will actually increase, even on the country. And in the long run, it will also kind of help people to ensure that, oh yes, ensure you take good care of your oral health whatsoever. Because if you don't do that, definitely you're going to have issues that result in you needing to spend a lot of money. And I think other things that can also happen is the fact that if some of these policies, these government policies are also put in schools, let me use an example, primary schools and secondary schools, because imagine a primary school child in his school is always taught about dental care. He's always taught about brush your teeth twice daily. He's always taught about anything that has to do with dental care, how to ensure your oral health is actually put in check. The person moves on to a secondary school. The same thing happens like that. Over time, this person goes into the university, graduates from the university. At the end of the day, the person already has a better knowledge of oral health, a better knowledge of dental health whatsoever. And in that particular case, definitely these are the people that in the long run, they'll be in charge of making policies. So all these things actually start from the ground foundation, because usually most of us, when we're in school, we never knew anything about dental care until we actually got into the university. So I think it can actually start from there. But at the moment, what they can just do is create new policies that would help to like increase their awareness and also what they call like reduce the burden of dental materials coming into the country, aside from just toothbrushes and toothpaste. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Farouk. So how can governments integrate oral health education into school curricula, to start prevention early?
Okay, so when it comes to integrating it, I think it can always start from them putting it in their school curricula, in the sense that they just put like a session of dental care. On a norm, we don't have medical care in the curriculum. So putting dental care in the curriculum might be a bit hard, because there's no medical care that has to do with educating students about this and this. But I feel like, because I already know that there's what we call sex education whatsoever in school curriculums at the moment. So I think if they actually put dental care, like dental education in that particular case, it can actually kind of like work together, because if those things are already put in place, definitely we will not be having issues of a silence epidemic, which the World Oral Health Organization actually spoke about when it comes to dental care. So I think it can actually start from there. They can input it in the sense that we have sex education. Definitely, as much as we have sex education, we should also have dental education, aside from the children just knowing about, oh, I need to brush my teeth twice daily. Dental education is very important. Not just them knowing that, oh, they need to brush their teeth. They need to understand the concept behind why they need to brush their teeth, because understanding it would help to enhance these people's behaviors, in the sense that they would ensure that, yes, they do these things right, because they know that if they don't do these things right, definitely they would have one issue.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Farouk. Now, lastly, I would like to ask, because when you look at it, some people avoid visiting the dental care or dental home because of the pain or the cost. So, in your own view, how can we change this mindset? What innovative or low-cost approaches could make routine dental care accessible, especially to low-income communities?
So when it comes to low-income communities, I think the first step that can happen is more like inputting public health outreaches. That is, we go to local environments where these people don't actually have access to care. We actually do outreaches whereby people just come and they just get their teeth checks. It actually starts from there. So imagine you go for an outreach and they just check your teeth and you didn't feel anything whatsoever that has to do with pain, because just going for a checkup will not result in you having pain. It's just a narrative that people just have, and that narrative actually comes from when people are taking out their teeth, because people feel like, oh, when I take out my teeth, I'm going to have pain. And usually Tooth extractions are usually not painful. We usually give local anesthesia whereby people don't feel pain during the procedure. So that's that. So we can start by creating dental outreaches in different local government areas. So that's that. Another thing that we can also do is more like inputting dental care in primary health centers, because I've noticed that in most primary health centers, you actually not have a dental section. It's just medical section. And that kind of puts like a burden on people that actually in that particular area that actually have dental issues. They will not be able to access care. And in the long run, what they do is they now fall back to quacks. And from that quacks, this will now fall back to quacks, and quacks will give you one thing or the other. At the end of the day, you come back with serious pain. You now go to the dentist, and usually when they now probably see a dentist, at the end of the day, they probably go into the dental office with pain already, and that kind of like gives a narrative that anything dental is painful. Whereas it's not actually the cause of the dental thing. It's more of like the fact that you were not able to access this care early enough in a primary health center. So if dentistry has a section, dental care has a section, in most, I would say most on all primary health centers, definitely would actually have a burden when it comes to people thinking of, dental care is painful, whatever. And dental care is actually not painful. Most people need to know this. It's not painful. Doing a cleaning in a dental office is not painful. Doing a filling is not painful. The only thing that I can feel like, yes, might be painful is doing a tooth extraction. And usually, no dentist would want to do a tooth extraction for you and want you to feel pain. What we do is give you an injection, a local anesthesia, whereby you will not feel pain during the treatment. All you're going to feel is just a movement around that area. And at the end of the day, you are all cool, you are smiling, everybody's happy. So I think that's that. So I think this starting with outreaches everywhere, every local area, and also inputting dental sections and primary health centers. So that should actually help.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Farouk Adebi. Thank you for your powerful thoughts, and thank you for joining us on Just Africa.
Thank you so much for having me once again.
You're welcome. Now, today's conversation with Dr. Farouk Adebi reminds us that oral health is not just about teeth. It's about life, dignity, and productivity. Neglecting our smiles comes at a steep price for individuals and economies alike. For governments and policymakers, the call is to recognize oral health as key component of national health care planning. For families and individuals, it's about building a simple daily habit. Brush twice. Visit regularly, like the doctor said, twice in a year, and prevent diseases before it starts. Africa's development depends not only on strong infrastructure, but also on healthy citizens, starting with the small but mighty act of caring for our smiles. This is Just Africa, connecting wellness policy and people for a healthier continent. I am Olumide Shokoya. I'll see you soon.
And I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. Thanks for watching.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of the
British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. Whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. It's a place where people would congregate. I remember being here all around the 25 Olympics, and it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concert, so I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So we used to have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souk News.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day, and that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, The huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's Laboratory and Product Development Unit for Pharmacy Internship Program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with Black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, a set of choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examine the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Jah People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice. With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, Fashek celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek Fashek delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek Fashek as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Sook News TV.
congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. but now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously, from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. The institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you are bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. you know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian, it's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological, and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years. According to historical records, the primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, stools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souk Perspective.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940
in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arometa, Suk, Enlightenment.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, Sook News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to Sook News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At Sook News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. Sook News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and
Good day and welcome to World News on Sook News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. We begin with the headlines. The federal government launches local sourced gold program to boost foreign reserves and cut dollar dependence. CBN reassures foreign investors of economic stability backed by rising reserves, strong forex inflows and ongoing reforms. Tunisia to seek up to $3.7 billion in direct central bank funding in 2026 to tackle widening fiscal deficit. President Trump says Modi has agreed to end India's purchases of Russian oil soon, marking key step in U.S. push to isolate Moscow economically. India is to host 2030 Commonwealth Games in Ahmedabad after defeating Nigeria in competitive bid process. The federal government has launched a locally sourced gold program aimed at strengthening Nigeria's foreign reserves, reducing reliance on the US dollar, and empowering small-scale miners across the country. According to government officials, the initiative is part of a broader strategy to harness Nigeria's vast solid mineral resources and position gold as a key contributor to national revenue and export earnings. The program also seeks to formalize artisanal mining, improve transparency in the gold value chain, and ensure that local communities benefit directly from the sector's growth. The move is expected to deepen the nation's drive towards economic diversification and sustainable resource management. All federal workers retiring in 2025 will receive their full pension benefits on or before December 15th, according to the National Pension Commission, PENCOM. PENCOM Director General, Ms. Omolola Oluwaran, disclosed this on Monday, noting that retirees are now being paid on pay-as-you-go basis, meaning they receive their benefits immediately after retirement. She credited the achievement to President Bola Tinubu's intervention in pension administration, which she said has ensured consistent funding and cleared outstanding arrears. Oloraro added that the reforms have restored confidence in Nigeria's pension system and guaranteed a more predictable retirement process for federal workers. And now the Senate has passed for second reading the Factory Regulation Bill 2024, which seeks to establish a legal framework that allows small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, to access faster financing by converting unpaid invoices into cash. The bill, sponsored by Senator Asuquo Ekpeong, aims to address one of the most critical challenges faced by micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs. Ekpeong noted that many MSMEs often wait up to 90 days after delivering goods or services before receiving payment, a delay that hampers cash flow and limits business growth. He explained that the proposed law will enable businesses to sell their receivables to financial institutions, giving them immediate access to working capital. Lawmakers expressed support for the initiative, describing it as a timely intervention to strengthen Nigeria's entrepreneurial ecosystem and boost job creation. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reassured foreign investors of a stable reform-driven economy supported by growing external reserves, improved foreign exchange inflows, and expanding economic diversification. The Apex Bank said that ongoing monetary and fiscal reforms have begun to yield positive results, restoring investor confidence and positioning Nigeria as one of Africa's most promising destinations for capital inflows. It explained that exchange rate unification, enhanced transparency in forex management, and tighter monetary policies are stabilizing the market and encouraging long-term investments. According to the CBN, the recent rebound in oil and non-oil exports, combined with increasing remittance inflows and local production growth, has boosted reserves and improved Nigeria's balance of payments outlook. The bank maintained that sustained collaboration with fiscal authorities coupled with continued reforms in key sectors such as manufacturing, agriculture, and technology will drive inclusive growth, attract more investors, and strengthen Nigeria's position in the global economy. The Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, has announced that all air travelers carrying more than $10,000 in cash must declare it at international airports during check-in. The directive was disclosed in a statement by the Nigeria Customs Service on Wednesday, following a new partnership between the NCS, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and the NFIU to strengthen Nigeria's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing measures. According to Mayor Eworse, Deputy General Manager, Currency Operations Department at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, who represented the NFIU at a capacity building workshop in Lagos, the collaboration will enhance monitoring and transparency in cross-border cash movements. She also praised Customs for promoting interagency cooperation to curb illicit financial flows and improve compliance at the nation's airports. The House of Representatives has ordered an investigation into the stalled takeoff of the government-funded modular refinery project in Brass, Bayelsa State, despite an investment of about $35 million. The decision followed a motion of urgent public importance raised by Billy Osawaru, who questioned why there is no visible progress on the project despite the reported huge financial commitment. He said the lack of tangible results raises serious concerns about accountability and project execution. Following the motion, the House mandated its committees on downstream and midstream petroleum to probe the circumstances surrounding the expenditure and determine why the refinery remains non-operational. Lawmakers stressed the need for transparency, urging the committees to uncover possible lapses in funding, project supervision, or implementation to ensure that public resources are properly utilized. And now the National Agricultural Land Development Authority, NALDA, has launched a greenhouse farming initiative to increase vegetable production, empower young people, and support women farmers across Nigeria. During an inspection visit to the greenhouse farm at the University of Abuja, NALDA's Executive Secretary and CEO, Engineer Cornelius Adebayo, said the project, approved by President Bola Tinubu, aims to tackle the country's recurring challenges in vegetable production and supply. Adebayo explains that the initiative will run in 3 phases to ensure all year-round farming, noting that dependence on seasonal cultivation has long hindered productivity. The project is expected to enhance food security, create jobs, and promote modern agricultural practices through technology-driven greenhouse systems that will train and equip youths and women for sustainable farming. This is the World News on Souk News Television. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers of consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, Souk News.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%, driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, Souk News.
Welcome back. Tunisia's government plans to seek up to $3.7 billion in exceptional direct funding from the central bank in 2026 to plug its widening fiscal deficit, according to the draft budget bill seen by Reuters on Wednesday. The move underscores Tunisia's deepening financial struggles as the North African nation continues to face high public debt, sluggish economic growth, and limited access to international credit markets. The country has struggled to secure an IMF loan due to stalled reform talks and political tensions. Since President Kais Saied consolidated power in 2021, a move the opposition branded a coup, Tunisia's economic outlook has worsened. With external financing options shrinking, the government is increasingly relying on domestic borrowing and central bank support to meet fiscal needs. Analysts warn that continued monetary financing could worsen inflationary pressures and undermine long-term financial stability unless comprehensive reforms are implemented. Egypt is preparing to complete another debt swap agreement with its European partners before the end of 2025, Planning Minister Rania Al-Mashat has announced. The deal is part of the government's broader strategy to ease its debt burden and free up funds for development projects. The upcoming transaction will involve exchanging high-cost debt for cheaper obligations, with the resulting savings channeled into specific national projects. This move builds on Egypt's previous debt swap arrangements worth about $1 billion with countries like Germany and Italy, initiated in the 1990s to support economic reforms and social development. Al-Mashat also revealed that additional debt swaps are being planned for next year as Egypt seeks innovative financing mechanisms amid tight fiscal conditions and rising debt servicing costs. Analysts say the deal could help stabilize Egypt's external finances while demonstrating growing confidence from its European partners in Cairo's economic reform agenda. And now banks based in the United Arab Emirates are expanding their footprint in Turkey, committing hundreds of millions of dollars to new corporate loans amid growing opportunities in a politically turbulent market. Over the past 5 months, Emirates NBD Bank Public Joint Stock Company and Dubai Islamic Bank Public Joint Stock Company have provided nearly $440 million in financing to major Turkish firms, including telecommunications operator Turkcell and retail chain A101. Dubai Islamic Bank has also structured an Islamic financing arrangement for Turkish Airlines, underscoring growing Gulf interest in Turkey's corporate sector despite economic volatility. The financing drive comes as several Western lenders continue to scale back exposure to Turkey due to currency weakness and shifting monetary policies. United Arab Emirates lenders view Turkey as a strategic investment destination that aligns with broader efforts to strengthen economic ties between the Gulf region and emerging markets. Analysts say the renewed lending push highlights the UAE's confidence in Turkey's long-term growth potential and deepening cross-border financial cooperation between both economies. Gold smuggling in India has sharply increased ahead of major festivals as record high prices and supply shortages drive a surge in illegal imports. Government and industry officials said the renewed spike comes despite last year's tax cut, which reduced import duties from 15% to 6%. Customs and revenue intelligence officers have intercepted several smuggling attempts at major airports, underscoring a growing challenge for authorities. With the Dhanteras and Diwali festivals approaching, periods traditionally marked by heavy gold buying, demand has soared while official supplies remain limited. Gold prices reached a record 128,395 rupees per ton grams on Thursday, representing a 67% rise this year. At these levels, smugglers can make over 1,150,000 rupees in profit per kilogram by evading import and sales taxes. Dealers say high demand and restricted bank supply have created lucrative conditions for black market trade, with local premiums climbing to $25 per ounce, the highest in more than a decade. In the last fiscal year, Indian authorities seized 2 6/10 metric tons of smuggled gold across 3,005 registered cases, but enforcement agencies warned that the illegal trade could intensify further during the festive season. China has accused the United States of deliberately fueling global panic over its rare earth export controls, dismissing Washington's claims that the measures represent a trade power grab. The Chinese Ministry of Commerce said the statements made by the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Trade Representative Jamieson Greer were misleading and exaggerated. Ministry spokesperson He Hyung-hyun stated that the export restrictions are consistent with international practices and intended solely for civilian and compliant use. The accusation follows growing tensions between the two largest economies after the United States expanded its entity list in September to include Chinese firms accused of bypassing cheap export restrictions. In response, Beijing implemented a new licensing regime for critical minerals used in high-technology manufacturing, a move Washington described as shocking and aimed at consolidating supply chain power. China, however, insists that similar controls have long existed in other advanced economies, including the United States itself. The exchange comes just weeks before President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping are expected to meet in South Korea for critical trade talks. The meeting is viewed as an opportunity to stabilize relations after months of tariff threats, export restrictions, and diplomatic disputes. China's officials, People's Daily, released a 7-point rebuttal defending the policy, asserting that Beijing's measures are transparent, lawful, and essential for maintaining national security and industrial balance. South Korea's presidential policy advisor expressed optimism early today about progress in trade talks with the United States, sparking a sharp rally in the country's stock market led by auto manufacturers. Kim Yong-bom, alongside Industry Minister Kim Jong-hwan, said negotiations were moving positively as they departed for Washington to join Finance Minister Kwon Young-chol and Trade Minister Yo Han-koo in final discussions. The talks aim to conclude a landmark trade and investment deal before the end of October, coinciding with the planned visit of United States President Donald Trump for an Asian-Pacific summit. The anticipated agreement, valued at $350 billion, is expected to cut auto tariffs from 25% to 15% and include safeguards against foreign exchange volatility. The announcement drove by the Kospi Index up 2 1.5% to a record high, while Hyundai Motors shares surged 8 3/10%, and Kia gained 7 2/10%. While South Korean officials remain cautious about currency swap arrangements, economists say the rapid progress signals potential compromise after months of uncertainty. Analysts added that Seoul's push for financial safeguards reflects its broader goal of maintaining currency stability and investor confidence as trade negotiations near completion. You're listening to Souk News Television. We'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souk News TV.
Thank you for staying with us. The U.S. President Donald Trump announced that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has agreed to halt India's purchases of Russian oil within a short period. The statement signals a major diplomatic development in Washington's ongoing effort to isolate Moscow economically over its continued military actions in Ukraine. Speaking at the White House on Tuesday, Trump said the agreement followed weeks of constructive discussions with the Indian government and reflects a shared commitment to global stability and fair trade. He added that the move will strengthen strategic and energy cooperation between the United States and India. India has been one of Russia's largest oil customers since the start of the Ukraine conflict, often buying crude at discounted prices. Analysts said the decision could reshape global oil flows and deepen India's ties with Western partners. However, energy experts also warn that India may face higher fuel costs and supply adjustments as it transitions away from Russian imports. The White House described Modi's commitment as a strong step toward global accountability. Meanwhile, China has defended its continued purchases of Russian oil, describing them as legitimate and condemning what it called unilateral bullying by the United States. The statement, issued on Thursday by the Chinese Foreign Ministry, comes amid escalating tensions following U.S. President Donald Trump's renewed pressure on Beijing and New Delhi to halt Russian crude imports. On Wednesday, Trump claimed that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi had agreed to end Russian oil purchases within a short period, adding that it would ensure China followed suit. The U.S. president has repeatedly accused both China and India of indirectly funding Russia's war in Ukraine through sustained energy trade. China dismissed the accusation, insisting that its transactions with Moscow comply with international law and serve its domestic energy needs. Meanwhile, India has yet to confirm or deny any policy shift, maintaining a cautious silence. Analysts say the dispute underscores the widening rift between Washington and its Asian trading partners as global energy politics become increasingly entangled with geopolitics. The United Kingdom has announced tougher immigration rules that will take effect on January 8, 2026, increasing the English language requirement for skilled workers and high-potential visas from level B1 to level B2. The new policy, the government said, is aimed at attracting only highly skilled professionals who can integrate more effectively into the UK workforce and society. Under the revised system, applicants for skilled workers and high-potential individual visas will need to demonstrate stronger communication and comprehension skills through approved English proficiency tests. The move forms part of a broader immigration reform strategy designed to reduce dependency on low-skilled foreign labor and prioritize domestic workforce development. Government officials argue that the measure will improve productivity and ensure migrants contribute meaningfully to the economy. However, critics warn that the tougher requirements could discourage international talent, particularly from developing countries, from applying. The Home Office maintains that the changes are necessary to uphold quality standards and strengthen the UK's labour market integrity. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has projected that global public debt will exceed 100% of the world's gross domestic product, GDP, by 2029, the highest level since 1948. The fund warned that the rising borrowing cost, persistent fiscal deficit, and slowing growth could threaten the stability of many economies if unchecked. According to the IMF, the sharp increase is being fueled by post-pandemic spending, higher interest rates, and the need for governments to finance energy subsidies, social programs, and climate-related projects. Advanced economies, including the United States and several European nations, account for most of the debt. But emerging markets are also facing growing fiscal pressure. The fund advised governments to adopt credible fiscal reforms, broaden their tax base, and improve spending efficiency to stabilize debt levels. Economists caution that without coordinated global efforts, rising debt could undermine investor confidence, increase inflation risk, and slow global economic recovery. The IMF's warning highlights an urgent call for fiscal discipline and sustainable growth strategies. Canada's housing market experienced a setback in September, halting 5 consecutive months of rising sales as new property listings declined nationwide. The Canadian Real Estate Association reported that transactions of existing homes dropped by 1.7% from August, marking the first slowdown since spring. Although sales in Toronto rose modestly, they were outweighed by declines in other major cities across the country. New listings fell by 0.8% during the month, indicating tighter market supply even as overall buyer activity eased. The benchmark price of a Canadian home slipped slightly to $686,800 Canadian dollars, equivalent to $489,000 US. Market observers say the recent decline reflects ongoing affordability pressures, elevated borrowing costs, and regional disparities that continue to shape Canada's housing recovery. Analysts expect a cautious market in the coming months as households adjust to higher mortgage rates and limited inventory ahead of the winter season. And now India has been officially confirmed as the host of the centenary edition of the Commonwealth Games in 2030, defeating Nigeria's Abuja after a tightly contested bid process. The announcement was made on Wednesday by the Executive Board of Commonwealth Sports, which selected the city of Ahmedabad in Gujarat as the host. The decision will be formally ratified during the organization's General Assembly in Glasgow on November 26. This marks the second time India will stage the Games, following Delhi's successful hosting in 2010. Ahmedabad's bid stood out for its modern infrastructure and readiness to host large-scale sporting events. Central to its proposal is the 132,000-capacity Narendra Modi Stadium, the largest in the world, which hosted the 2023 Cricket World Cup final. With a population exceeding 5 million and growing international sporting ambitions, Ahmedabad is being seen as a rising global sports hub. Nigeria's Abuja, though praised for its enthusiasm, fell short on infrastructure readiness and funding assurances, giving India the decisive edge in the final vote. Still in sports, the World Boxing Association, WBA, has ordered 19-year-old British-Nigerian sensation Moses Itauma to face Bulgarian veteran Kubrat Pulev for the WBA regular heavyweight title. The decision marks a major career milestone for Itauma, who could become one of the youngest heavyweight champions in boxing history if he wins. The WBA confirmed the mandatory bout on Tuesday, directing both camps to begin negotiations immediately. Itauma, who turned professional in 2023 after a decorated amateur career, remains unbeaten and has quickly gained attention for his explosive power and composure in the ring. Pulev, 43, brings years of experience, having previously challenged for world titles against Vladimir Klitschko and Anthony Joshua. Analysts say the fight represents a classic clash of youth versus experience, with Itama looking to cement his rise among the heavyweight elite. A victory would make him a household name and a new face for British boxing. The WBA has given both camps 30 days to finalize terms before a possible pursuit bid is called. That's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of the top stories. The federal government launches locally sourced gold program to boost foreign reserves and cut dollar dependence. The CBN reassures foreign investors of economic stability backed by rising reserves, strong forex inflows, and ongoing reforms. Tunisia is to seek up to $3.7 billion in direct central bank funding in 2026 to tackle widening fiscal deficit. President Trump says Modi has agreed to end India's purchases of Russian oil soon, marking key step in U.S. push to isolate Moscow economically. India is to host 2030 Commonwealth Games in Ahmedabad after defeating Nigeria in competitive bid process. Many thanks for watching the World News on Souk News Television. You can follow us on all our social platforms at Souk News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. back to Nigeria. I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the area that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. Most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries because we, through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. Well, the quotation. Yeah. That's our society. That's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that how the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet is, women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that, and I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely difficult. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is lost. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Yeah. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So That's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo-Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? But that took I did talk about Kekere. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere goes from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo-Iweala the same. We have a lot.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Zik to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Ocean State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. But that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the Constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 Constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means I've indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments, as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has its advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of these state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally we would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in states. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary, or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, Within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Sokor Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Sokor SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in business administration and management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Sokor SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to know that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of The Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye and Didi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Winks and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10 square kilometers kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far. Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America. where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN, Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11.